So we're now live. So we'll now bring the meeting of the Committee of Taxation, Committee on Taxation to order for public hearings today on, I believe, 8 bills. We'll start with introductions. We will begin with Senator Libby.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nate Libby, and I represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine Senate.
And Representative Bickford.
Good morning, Representative Bruce Bickford. I represent House District 63, which is part of Auburn.
And look like you're with us, Representative Carmichael.
Hey. Good morning. I'm Mickey Carmichael. I'm House District 137, and I represent Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties, part thereof, including my hometown in Greenbush.
Excellent. And Representative Matlack.
Good morning. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
And Representative Perry, look like you're at the State House.
Oh, yes, good morning. I had to come down here this morning, so I figured this was better than my attempt to join on my car last week. So good morning. I'm Joe Perry. I represent part of Bangor and part of Orono in the main house.
Excellent. And Representative Sachs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm honored to represent Freeport and part of panel in House District 48. Thank you.
And Representative Terry.
Good morning. I'm Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair.
And I'm Senator Ben Chipman, serve as Senate Chair of the committee, and I represent Senate District 27, which is part but not all of the city of Portland. We have a couple other members that will be joining us as well. And shortly, I also want to introduce to you our committee clerk, Avery Page, as well as Julie Jones, our committee analyst, who's also with us. And we're going to have public hearings on 8 bills today. We'll start with LD 724 and LD 970 together. We'll ask the sponsors to introduce both of those bills at the beginning, and then we'll hear testimony on both at the same time, since they're very similar in nature. And then from there, we'll hear bills individually with LD 94, 229, followed by 950, 978, 1046, and ending with 1062. So with that, do we have the sponsors with us, Avery? Do you know, Representative Ordway and Representative O'Connor? Are they both with us?
I just promoted Ordway. Let me... And we're also looking for Representative O'Connor.
Yeah, because she has a bill that's similar to this one as LD 970.
I'm not seeing her.
Representative just says Connor on here. I don't know if it's O'Connor or just.
Oh, yes, it is Representative Connor, but.
Sorry.
Not seeing them either. Oh. Yep.
Well,
he's on.
Okay, great.
There he is.
Excellent. Well, welcome, Representative Ordway. You're here to introduce to us LD 724.
That's it. I'm here again with this one.
All right.
Everybody's excited. Good morning, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry. I do know what you had in your refrigerator. It was on. I'll say good morning, and I'm here to introduce this bill to, in my opinion, make the excise tax right. My bill differs a little bit. As you probably all know, most of you know, that this is my third attempt at this, and it's the perennial, comes up every year bill. The arguments I've heard in the past have been that if somebody was a better negotiator, then this tax, by putting it on the value, would be, by putting on the sale price, would be different, because somebody could pay different tax. I think that's pretty much the argument against this, rather than the towns need the money or want the money. My bill would base the tax on the value of the vehicle, very easy to determine by Kelley Blue Book or NIDA, National Auto Dealers Association puts prices out every year. So same vehicle, tax would be straight across the board. Believe me, I buy new vehicles a lot, and I guarantee because of my association with a factory, I buy them pretty cheap. So actually, my tax would be the same as anybody else's tax. In my opinion, it's just, in a lot of people's opinion, we had a lot of feedback on this one this time, a lot. It's just an unfair tax to pay a tax based on a magical made-up number. The factories put this MSRP price on a vehicle so that they can take and sell you a vehicle with $10,000 off the sticker. There's no rhyme or reason to what they put for that number, other than that they can discount it. I do not know one single person that's ever paid MSRP. Never heard of it. I've been in the automobile business all my life almost, so far. So basing this on the actual value when the vehicle leaves, in my opinion, is the most fair way to do it. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. You've heard it all before, I'm sure. I'm sure. That's where my bill is at, basing it on the value, making it fair, fair for everybody. And there's another misconception that this goes, this goes to the towns and municipalities as an excise tax, that it goes to the roads. Well, in part it does, but excise tax goes to a municipal general fund. So it, as in anything else, it would go partially to the road as anything else in their general fund. With that, I will answer any questions you have. Thanks for listening to me again.
Thank you, Representative Ordway. It's great to see you again. Representative Terry has a question.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for presenting this again, Representative Ordway. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly, that the value of the car you think should be the value as it leaves the lot the first time?
That's correct.
Okay.
And one thing I did leave out is I want to think about this on this tax. I could leave the car lot, go to town hall, or I could pay my sales tax to the state, leave the dealership, drive to the town hall, and pay tax on a different number. That's, and then it's a made up number, and it's a more number that I didn't pay. Paying tax on money I didn't spend. So I'm at with value of the vehicle. It levels the playing field. Thank you.
So Representative Ordway, you're not talking about, because I think last time we heard this bill was to base it on the actual sale price. You're talking about the value, not necessarily the sale price?
Yes, and that's what I got from it, Senator, that, and I agreed that it would be, some people could be a better negotiator by basing it on the actual value, what it's worth. They're all worth the same as soon as they hit the curb. So if you base it on the actual value of the vehicle, it's fair to everybody.
So what would be used to determine the value? Would it be Kelley Blue Book, or would it be this NADA? Because it's like these two different methods that are out there. If you look up your car online, you'll see NADA and Kelley Blue Book, and they vary from each other by sometimes a few $1,000s. And I know this from my own experience looking for a car recently that is the case. So what would you use in this bill? What are you proposing to use as a way to determine the value?
I would recommend the NADA, as it's very easily available to, and it's a national standard, and it's very easily available to the municipalities to use.
You think that's more accurate than Kelley Blue Book? Because I think Kelley Blue Book actually looks at cars in your zip code area that have sold recently and what they're actually selling for it as a way to determine the value. Also looking at condition and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think NADA is more accurate.
I do think it's more accurate. I'll tell you this. If I went up to Aroostook County, there's a different value in Kelley Blue Book. So NADA, in my opinion, would be the way to go. It would treat the state of Maine the same.
And that's like similar across the country with NADA, not based on where you buy it and that kind of thing. Okay.
Right. Well, location. I think NADA would be more New England or northern New England based.
All right. Any further questions from members of the committee? And we have a few new members of the committee that weren't here last time, so may not be familiar with this issue, but we have a question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Ordway, how do you make the municipalities whole if this drastically changes their excise tax receipts?
I don't know if it's that drastic. My town here, I served on the town council, studied the budget. 12% of the income of the town of Standish is excise tax. I'm not talking about eliminating that whole 12%. Yeah. So is somebody taxes going to have to be redistributed somewhere to make up that money? Yes, but fairly. It's just the matter of being fair. How are we fair by making somebody pay tax on something they didn't spend?
Okay, thank you.
So Representative Ordway, I mean, so if you're saying that the actual value sounds like it's in most cases less than what the base price is that the towns use. So they're paying tax on money they didn't spend is what you're saying. So, you know, if it does result in the town overall, like losing revenue by using this new method, couldn't the excise tax be increased slightly so that the town's still bring in the same amount of revenue, but everybody's paying based on what the car is actually worth?
It could be. It could be. And I think, you know, by now I'm not going to recommend any tax increase, but it's just my nature, and I'm sure that I'm not fooling anybody with that. They could, or they could absorb it. I don't think it's going to be a drastic number. I mean, MMA is going to come in following, I'm sure, and tell you how it's going to be devastating. Do it fair. All I'm looking for is this tax to come out fair. I'm not looking to eliminate it. I'm not looking to do anything but make it a fair, level playing field.
Okay. A question from Representative Matlock.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Representative Ordway. I know that we have an NADA for vehicles. I have never bought a recreational vehicle or a trailer or something like that. Is there another standard program, website, book that's available for those vehicles also?
Yes, NADA covers those too, just like Kelly Blue Book does.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bickford, do you have another question? Representative Bickford? Is your hand still
No,
up?
I'm sorry. I had my hand up by mistake.
Okay, well, that's fine. Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Representative Ordway. Appreciate you presenting this bill today.
Thanks for
And
hearing me out.
yeah, and we're also going to hear now, open up the public hearing on LD, if I get this right here, 970, presented by Representative Connor. This is an act to base the motor vehicle excise tax on actual sale price. And you see Representative Connor is with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So get my notes here. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 970, an act to base the motor vehicle excise tax on actual sale price. We determine value of a product by how much someone is willing to sell that product for, and by how much another someone is willing to pay for the product. We see this every day, whether it's for a pack of gum, a cup of coffee, our clothing, or even real estate. This also holds true for our vehicles. The value of our vehicle is not determined from an arbitrary number placed on a sticker by whomever builds it. It is determined by how much a buyer is willing to pay for it. With this in mind, our vehicle excise tax laws should reflect the same approach to value and base the tax amount on what truly determines the value of the vehicle, the actual sale price. I've heard some people suggest that to keep the tax equitable for the same vehicle in differing locations, we need to use MSRP. However, that same principle does not hold true for any other products. Right here in my hometown of Lewiston, I can buy the exact same 24-pack package of Charmin toilet paper at Shaw's, Hannaford's, Walgreens, CVS, or even Dollar General. At each store, I'll be asked to pay a different price for the exact same product. I will be taxed according to that price, not a price that someone else determines. Our current vehicle excise tax law punishes those that negotiate a fair deal for their vehicle by forcing them to pay a tax that is based on a number far higher than what they actually paid. It is time we end this practice and base a vehicle's excise tax on the actual sale price. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I'm able to.
Great. Thank you, Representative Connor. Are there any questions to members of the committee? Seeing none, looks like you're off the hook. Good to see you. Thanks for being with us and presenting the bill today. Feel free to stay if you want to see testimony from those that are speaking for and against, and neither for nor against. So we'll now open up the testimony for those who would like to speak in support of either of these bills. And I don't see, oh, we do have, no, we don't have anybody actually signed up to speak in favor. So we'll now hear from those who'd like to speak in opposition to either or both of these bills, starting with Kate Dufour from the Maine Municipal Association. Is Kate Dufour with us? And then
Just promoted her.
Following Ms. Dufour, we'll hear from Dr. Allen from DAFS. Welcome, Kate Dufour.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Kate Dufour. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to both of these bills before you. I'm here opposing the bills for 5 different reasons. First and foremost, the excise tax is an important source of revenue for municipalities. Municipalities spend up to $4.3 billion a year to fund schools, counties, and municipal government. 83% of the revenue that we use to fund those 3 services is generated from own source revenue, with obviously the property tax being the largest one. The excise tax brings in some pretty good money. It brings in approximately $290 million a year, which is the equivalent of 1.7 mils. So if we had a statewide mill rate, that's 1.7. Now again, this is probably the second largest source of municipal revenue. And we're concerned that eroding it basically will translate into a shift from a progressive tax to a regressive property tax. So that's one issue. 2, equity. We believe that solid tax policy relies on a foundation that's based on equal treatment. Actual price approach relies to some extent on the ability to negotiate and the value of trade-in that somebody might have in their disposal. We think that this approach will create a system where the owners of the same vehicle are taxed differently. And I just want to point out that the excise tax is assessed in lieu of a property tax. So it should be treated as such. When you look at homes, it's assessed on its highest and best value. That's how the property tax works. And that's why we think it should continue to apply when it is presented to an excise tax, which again is a tax in lieu of, is an excise tax in lieu of a property tax. The second is that reimbursement is not required. And we appreciate that Representative Ordway's proposal does include a reimbursement formula, but there's no guarantee. Unlike the constitutional provision that's provided for property tax exemption, there's no obligation placed upon the legislature to fund at least 50% of that. So the legislature, should you move forward with this and you bring in the reimbursement, there's nothing that prevents this legislature or a future legislature from at any time repealing that reimbursement. And that's a risk municipal officials aren't willing to take. Administrative cost is another reason. It's likely that this new approach, especially the one proposed in LD 724, will create new administrative costs for communities. There will need patches to software, and those are very expensive. If you've ever had municipal experience, these software programs, you have to amend one thing and it costs a lot. The sources that the state tax assessor is going to identify as being appropriate to determine value. Is there going to be a price associated with that? Are we going to have to join an association, buy books? And what will the process be for seeking reimbursement? Will that be another administrative cost? And we don't think the legislature should make it more difficult for communities to collect this important revenue. And finally, we do have a problem with who pays. You know, the legislature is being asked to bestow a benefit, but the property taxpayers are being asked to pay for that. And when that happens, our priorities take a back seat so that we can fund yours. And so we would suggest, to the extent that you believe that there's a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed here with respect to the payment of excise taxes, that you find another way other than the property taxpayers to pay for it, and other than the property or the state aid that is dedicated to municipalities. Revenue sharing, don't go to the revenue sharing, don't go to school aid, don't go to whatever you provide for counties or the homestead exemption. If this is really important to you, we're just asking that you use your own revenues to fund it. And so I thank you for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thanks, Ms. Dufour. We have a question from Representative Bickford, followed by Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Dufour. My question is, the 1.7 mils you're referring to, that would be if we totally eliminated the excise tax. Is that correct?
That is correct. But once—
We're not talking about that, are we?
No, you're not. You're absolutely correct. But exemptions beget exemptions, which we have often said, that once you start to erode that tax, it's not going to take long before there are other recommendations to erode it. It is a solid source of revenue for municipalities that takes pressure off the property tax. And so it is important that we honor that commitment, that we continue to be able to assess that tax as it's been established, because it is being provided in lieu of a property tax.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thanks. So, Mr. Dufour, if for a strange reason you were in support of this lowering of the excise tax based on the actual price of the vehicle, how would you, in a private sale, I can go buy a $5,000 car tomorrow and have them make me out a bill of sale for $100. So how would you then assess the excise tax if we were going to go strictly on sales price, which is Representative Connor's idea?
I'm not convinced I understand your question. And that's me, it's operator error.
I'm talking about a private sale versus a sale out of a dealership. A private sale, you can write anything on the receipt you want. In a dealership, you can't.
Yeah, are you asking me, like, in this world right now, how we do this?
How would we under Representative Connor's idea of actual purchase price?
That's a big concern for us, even if you bought it from a dealer, because it's the sales less X, Y, and Z. So you could have an incredible trade-in. You could have access to incredible offers. And so it just continues to erode at the value. There's a difference between value and price. It erodes at the value, which we think is fundamentally flies in the face of what tax assessment law is, which is that value. I mean, you think of home values. You know, you don't necessarily pay the price that your home is valued at, particularly in this environment where I know my home has increased in value, but it's nowhere near what I paid for the house.
So with that response, my question again goes back to if Detroit is going to dictate value based on MSRP, wouldn't that be like Chicago dictating the value of my house in Maine?
If Chicago moves to Maine and is willing to pay an exorbitant price for your next door neighbor's house, then yeah, that's the way it works.
So is Detroit moving to Maine?
I don't know, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
A question from Representative Carmichael.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure this is for Ms. Dufour, but maybe Dr. Allen. But wasn't this at one time, this wasn't figured this way, quite a few years ago now, but I think at one time that was figured more on the sales price and the than the MSRP. Is anybody know?
I can probably answer that question, but not on the fly. I can get information for you in advance. I mean, you know, back in the day, this was a property tax, and you know, it was deemed that the property tax system didn't work, and so we went to this model where the rates assessed are established by statute in a declining scale, a depreciating scale in statute. And what that does, it prevents, you know, the same owner, an owner of the same car in the city of Hollowell will pay the exact same taxes as the that same car in Lewiston or Auburn or Augusta, because it's established in state statute. You got a $20,000 car, if it's brand new, no matter where you are in the state, you're paying 24 mils. And that was seen as fair, that it ensured that everybody was treated equally under the excise tax, motor vehicle excise tax system.
Thank you. We have a question from Senator Libby.
Mr. Chair, I have two questions, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning, Kate. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
My first question has to do with Representative Ordway's bill. I know there was discussion about NADA value and Kelly Blue Book value. I was purchasing a used vehicle. I went to the first dealership with Kelly Blue Book in hand, thinking this was the value of the used car I was hoping to purchase. And that dealer said, no, we don't use Kelly Blue Book, we use NADA. I wasn't satisfied with that price, so I went to a second dealership with NADA values this time. That dealership said, no, we don't use NADA, that isn't right, we use market pricing. So I was really quite frustrated that there didn't appear to be a system universally used for valuing used vehicles. I just wondered if you had a comment on that. I mean, this would seem difficult to implement at the municipal level. Would you not agree?
We do certainly agree. And that's, you know, one of my points in the testimony was administration. I mean, the system is very easy right now. You know the sticker price, you know the mill rate. You know, I fear we get back to the days where people were lying about having radios because it increased the potential value of the vehicle. So, I mean, we are just asked that we don't have a problem with the system that exists right now. People have choices. They are allowed to buy whatever vehicle they want to buy. But it needs to be easy for the communities to collect this tax, because again, we don't have that much own source revenue. And our biggest one is the property tax. So anytime any other source of revenue, whether it's coming from the state, the federal government, or it's eroding our own ability, we either cut services or go to property taxpayers.
Thank you. My second question has to do with Representative Connor's bill. He's describing, you know, his desire to have the excise tax function more like a sales tax, where it's assessed based on sale price. But thinking about the two categories of taxes, sales versus excise, excise is typically levied at a standard rate for a product. There's not a lot of variation. Are there statutory challenges of having an excise tax that functions as a sales tax? I hope my question is clearer.
I believe the answer is no. What it does, I think what it really does is, again, it's not price. We're talking about value because we're talking about property. And I think there's a significant difference between a property's value and its price tag. And I think because this is an excise tax and not a property tax, you're not going to run into the same problems constitutional problems that you would have with the property tax. However, it really is an erosion of solid tax policy that is basing the tax that's assessed on the value and not the ability of an individual to get a good deal.
Thank you.
We have a question from Representative Perry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Dufour, for being here today. I just want to run through a little history as I build up to my question here. So if anyone is old enough here to remember back in the 80s or before, you'd go into City Hall, you'd check off and what your car had, maybe power window, sunroof, radio, cassette, whatever the questions were. And not many people filled them out completely, I don't think. And then they'd go to the Blue Book and look it up and you paid your tax and everyone was satisfied. Except because I think at that time, everyone thought they were looking up the current book value, but they always went back to the original purchase price. That this declining mill rate on registrations always went back to the original purchase price that they found in that book. It only became a problem. I think two things led to it being a problem. One, I think it was in the 80s when the state passed a law saying you had to bring your window sticker in with you, and it was based off your window sticker. And back in the 80s, Chrysler in Detroit started going to a model with rebates. And so now the sticker prices are inflated by $10,000. You get a rebate, and that's frustrating. And obviously the municipalities see these types of bills every year and object to them all. So my question is, I'm going to fit this into the contents of these bills, is I've always wanted to sponsor a bill. I never have. I don't know if anyone has in the last 10 years, where cars last so much longer nowadays, where maybe it started at 3% versus 2.4 and declined a rate over a longer period of time, say 7, 8, 9 years versus whatever it is now, 4 or 5 years, and have a homestead type exemption. The first $10,000 or $15,000 of a vehicle is exempt. So you're raising the same money. No one has that shock up front of $1,000 registration. Is there any changes you think Maine Municipal would be open to? Any of these bills we're hearing something that raises the same money, but I mean, you can lease a brand new all electric car for $100 a month. And I've thought about doing it, but the registration will be $1,200 because it has a $40,000 and I think it's keeping a lot of people from doing that. So are there any changes Maine Municipal would welcome, I guess is my question.
Always open to discussion, but we'll always keep in mind, the harm that might be placed on the property taxpayers. So again, happy to talk about it, but we're going to look for a system that's fair, that is easy to administer, and doesn't place any more burdens on the property taxpayer by either having us chase reimbursements or the example you just provided sounds like a lot of administration. Here's another, we're gonna forgive 10,000 but add 3%. I know you were just offering it as an example, but
right,
that are already on our shoulders, because we take our responsibility to protect the property taxpayers incredibly seriously, and while at the same time provide a level of services that our residents, our businesses, our visitors expect. And some of are mandated by state statute. So we're juggling a lot of things, and we're trying to make everybody happy, which we obviously can't. Solid services at a pretty good rate.
Don't worry, the state will always take care of you. We'd never stick anything.
Yes, that 5%.
Great. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. DeFore, for being here. It's always great to see you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Mike Allen from DAFS, followed by Stephen Ashcroft from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Welcome, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Allen. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and I'm here today at the request of the administration to testify in opposition to LD 724 and to LD 970. It may be helpful to begin with a brief description of the current motor vehicle excise tax. The excise tax is levied annually for the privilege of operating a motor vehicle or camp trailer on the public ways, and the town that collects the excise tax can use it as revenue towards the annual town budget. Typically, the revenue is spent on local road maintenance, construction, and repair. As it currently exists, the excise tax is determined by holding the vehicle's value constant and reducing the tax rate annually to account for depreciation of the vehicle. The value is determined using the manufacturer's suggested retail price, or MSRP, of the vehicle. This ensures that everyone who drives the same vehicle pays the same amount of tax. The tax rate begins at 2.4% for new vehicles, dropping every year until it reaches a minimum rate of 0.4% in year 6, thereby reducing the tax due as the vehicle depreciates. Now turning to LDs 724 and 970, both of which seek to change the valuation of vehicles for purposes of the excise tax. Both bills should be clarified in defining the applicable tax base. Both raise equity issues, and both have technical drafting concerns that should be addressed. Start with the tax base definition. As to the defined tax base, LD 724 requires that the excise tax for all motor vehicles, mobile homes, and camper trailers be based upon the actual value. As the bill is currently drafted, it is unclear what the term actual value is intended to mean and how it would be determined. Amended section 1482 1C3 indicates that the term may potentially refer to the purchase price when new, since it requires verification of actual value using the initial bill of sale. Excuse me. But the new 1482 4-A states that actual value must be determined at the time of delivery to the owner, which for a used vehicle would seem to be more indicative of the fair market value at the time of purchase. In addition, there is a potential conflict between amended 1482 1C3, which states that actual value is verified by the initial bill of sale or state sales tax document, and the new 1482 4-A, which states that actual value must be obtained from sources approved by the assessor. These conflicts should be clarified. LD 970 provides that tax base for purchases from a new vehicle dealer or a used vehicle dealer is the purchase price and defines the term to exclude rebates. However, for sales tax documentation referred to by the bill as the proof of purchase price, manufacturer rebates are included in the taxable amount. This conflict may cause confusion and should be clarified. Equity issues. LD 724 and 970 also raise equity issues. The calculation of the motor vehicle excise tax is a perennial issue before the legislature. A report to the legislature in 2008 presented the results of a study group tasked to research the motor vehicle excise tax. This study group concluded that the present system of assessing excise tax based on maker's list price is the most equitable method of taxing vehicles. The current system equates maker's list price with the vehicle's actual value at the time of initial sale. Basing the tax on the maker's list price provides a uniform tax burden on similar vehicles located throughout the state. For LD 724, if actual value is intended to mean the purchase price, different taxpayers may be paying different excise tax amounts for the same vehicle. Similarly, for LD 970, the amount of tax imposed on similar vehicles would vary based on the ability of the purchaser to bargain for a lower price. Further, the excise tax would also vary based on whether the vehicle was purchased from a dealer, excise tax based on purchase price, or a private sale, excise tax based on the manufacturer's suggested retail price. On the technical side, in LD 724, new section 1482 4-A requires determination of the actual value of a quote-unquote vehicle. Vehicle is defined to include aircraft in 1481-5, yet the aircraft excise tax paragraph is not being amended by this bill to include the term actual value. In addition, this bill removes language related to the excise tax on trucks or truck trailers that have been reconstructed using prepackaged kits. Without this language, such a reconstructed truck would pay significantly more than current law requires. A preliminary fiscal impact is not available at this time. The preliminary administrative cost of the bill can be absorbed within current budgetary allotments. The administration looks forward to working with the committee on the bill. Representatives from Maine Revenue Service will be here at the work session to provide additional information and respond in detail to the committee's questions. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. We have a question from Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Good morning.
You speak a lot about equity in the charging of excise tax for new vehicles. And I guess my question is, when you look at equity, we have a system that, and I'm going to give you an example. I had a 2014 Jeep that I bought in 2016 for $30,000. That excise tax decreased the same as if I owned a Chevy Caprice or whatever. And vehicles do not lose value the same. I sold my Jeep this past year for $20,000. I could not have sold another vehicle with that age and that mileage for anywhere as near that amount. So explain the equity in the current formulas and why they're different than if I buy a new car.
Well, I think the equity issue, again, is that everyone that owns the same exact automobile is paying the exact excise tax every year. Whether you live in Kittery or Fort Kent, if you have that 2014 Jeep, the excise tax is exactly the same, regardless of your location. The other equity issue is, you may live in an area where there are many car dealerships and there may be a lot of competition. And so you may be able to get a better deal in that area compared to somebody that's located in a more rural area where there's less competition in the marketplace. I would also point out on the 2008 report, and I think Representative Perry touched on this, it seems like the point on the excise tax that really hits the typical taxpayer is you go in, you buy a new car, and it's that sticker shock of paying the sales tax and then having to pay the excise tax. And there was a proposal that the department put forward, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, that would have lowered the first year excise tax rate from 24 mils to something like 17 mils or something, and then spread the decline out over 7 years to match up with the income tax depreciation schedule. An automobile is depreciated over 7 years for income tax purposes, getting down to the same 0.4% rate that we currently have in law. We estimated at that time the total amount of excise tax in the state would remain roughly the same. There would obviously be some towns that would have an increase in excise tax initially from that proposal. There would be some municipalities that would have lost some excise tax initially. But over that 7-year period, the taxpayer would have paid the same exact amount of excise tax on that automobile as they currently pay now, but wouldn't have that initial high tax rate of 2.4% when they purchased the car. If I remember right from that 2008 report, and we'll have it available for the committee at the work session, I think Arizona was the only state that had a higher tax rate on the purchase of a new car compared to Maine. And I also know that Rhode Island did an extensive study 2 or 3 years ago on automobile excise taxes across the country because they were considered to have a very high excise tax. And I believe Governor Raimondo, who's now the Secretary of Commerce, has put in place kind of a phase down of their excise tax in Rhode Island. So that they had looked at this issue very carefully. But that's been sort of the impression over the years of the real issue with this tax. I understand the manufactured suggested retail price versus the purchase price, but the tax rate seems to be the issue in my view. that people just have concerns about.
Yeah, and I remember that bill a few years ago, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Dr. Allen.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Stephen Ashcroft. So that concludes the testimony of those in opposition. You only have one person sign up speaking either for or against. That would be Stephen Ashcroft. And then following his testimony, we will hear from Representative Dudera, who will introduce the next bill. Is Stephen Ashcroft with us?
I am, Senator Chipman. Thank you very much. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Steve Ashcroft. I'm the Director of the Vehicle Services Division of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm representing the Bureau today, speaking neither for nor against this bill. I believe you have my written testimony on both bills. This particular testimony that I'm about to give really is the same as I would on both bills. So it will encompass both of those. As you know, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, through the registration process, ensures that all applicable excise tax must be paid prior to a registration being issued. The Bureau does not advocate one way or another regarding what this tax should be based on, but would like to articulate for you the possible impacts to the Bureau and our municipal partners. In speaking with our information services team here at the Bureau, to facilitate this change, there would need to be some extensive programming to add new fields within our database that do not exist today. This may sound somewhat simple, but I am assured by that staff that due to the interconnectivity of this database throughout our system, it's estimated that it would take approximately 304 hours of programming testing to complete this project. This in turn would project an estimated cost of nearly $24,000. Moreover, this additional programming work is only estimated for our branches and main office that use the BMV software, which accounts for only approximately 102,000 registrations. Programming for the 3 separate vendor systems used by our municipalities would also need to be modified. This represents approximately 1.2 million registrations. The remaining registrations are processed by rapid renewal, which may also need to be programmed. As you can see, a serious discussion and thought would have to be given to determine the level of effort and expense to modify current systems to accommodate this revision. The Bureau is preparing a fiscal note, and I actually believe you have the fiscal note. If you do not, please let me know and I'll forward it along for your review with our best estimate on that particular impact. Additionally, we see some confusion resulting in determining actual value in transactions other than that of dealer sales. We acknowledge that the initial sale of a vehicle should capture the original excise basis information, but I can assure you that this value isn't always captured, unfortunately. Also, vehicles are bought and sold many times during their lifespan. As vehicles change hands, we currently experience instances where the original MSRP is not documented or known. Private sales of vehicles are sometimes problematic, especially with the vehicles bought out of state and previously registered somewhere other than Maine. Private sales and internet-based sales are increasing rapidly and may be problematic to confirm actual value. Our municipal partners process approximately 80% of our 1.4 million registrations annually. Educating and explaining some of these concepts to the public could be problematic. Keeping our staff and over 400 municipal partners current and proficient is something the Bureau takes very seriously. We ask a lot from our municipal partners during this process that has married excise tax and registration and would hesitate to see additional confusion inserted into it. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ashcroft. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. So that concludes the testimony on both LD 724 as well as LD 970. So we'll close the public hearings on those 2 bills and we'll open up the public hearing on LD 94, sponsored by Representative Dudera. This is an act to allow municipalities to exempt volunteer firefighters from paying excise tax on their vehicles used to respond to fire calls. And it looks like Representative Dudera is with us. Welcome. Welcome, Representative Dudera. Are you with us?
You're on.
Yep. Don't know if she can hear us or not. She's here. You see her on the screen, but
She's connecting. We'll give it a sec. No, can't hear you, Vicky. I can't hear you. Try that. No. Avery, do you think you could help Representative Dudera? I'm not sure if you can, but
seems like
Oh, is that her? I thought I
Can you
heard
guys
her
hear me
come
now?
on. Oh, yep.
Yep.
Okay.
You hear me now?
we can hear you, but we can't see you. Your video's off.
Okay, well, all right, let's see if I can fix that.
There we go. Yep. There you go.
There we go. All right. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. I'm out on the road. So anyway, thank you for having me today. I am happy to be here. Greetings, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Committee on Taxation. I'm Representative Vicky Dudera. I represent House District 94, the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport, and I'm here today to introduce LD 94, an act to allow municipalities to exempt volunteer firefighters from paying excise tax on their vehicles used to respond to fire calls. So this bill was suggested to me by Bill Post, who is the town manager of Rockport, and he's submitted testimony to you today, and I'd encourage you to look at it because he does have costs in there of what it would cost the town of Rockport. I believe you also have written testimony from Fire Chief Farley of Camden, who is in support of this. And the fire chiefs of Rockland and Rockport are also in support. I was very happy to sponsor this bill. As somebody who served for several years as a first responder for the Camden First Aid Association, I know how heavily many small towns rely on volunteers for emergency services, especially fire departments. And I know that these jobs typically entail extended and unpredictable hours, a small amount of pay, if any, and high turnover. Chief William Gillespie of the Maine Fire Chiefs Association says that 92% of firefighters in Maine are volunteers. Of the 433 Maine fire departments, 338 have volunteer chiefs. These statistics show that a high proportion of our towns are relying on dedicated volunteers. What the numbers do not show is that it's becoming increasingly difficult to find them. The problem has been recognized by some of Maine's most influential leaders. Senator Susan Collins spoke about the issue back in 2019 at the annual firefighter memorial service in Augusta. She said, "We face some real challenges in the state of Maine where most of our fire departments are staffed by volunteers. And increasingly, they're finding it difficult to get volunteers to participate." This bill offers one way to help with both recruitment of volunteer firefighters and retention of those already in a department. LD 94 would allow municipalities to adopt an ordinance extending a vehicle excise tax exemption to volunteer firefighters. It's up to the town whether or not they decide to offer this exemption. A municipality's ordinance would require documentation that the firefighter actively served and that the exemption applies to one vehicle that is used to respond to fire calls. A town can require additional eligibility criteria, such as duration of service, minimum call response, and training requirements. If my town decided to offer this exemption and I signed on to be a volunteer firefighter, I would save $499.26 if I used my Subaru Crosstrek, the car that I'm in right now, to respond to calls. It seems a small price to pay to help a volunteer who not only gives up his or her time, but risks life and limb to help their fellow citizens. And I heard on the previous bill, Ms. Dufour from the Maine Municipal Association mention that, you know, forefront in their minds is always the property taxes and what people pay. So I encourage you again to look at Bill Post's testimony, because he's got figured out what it would cost towns to do this. And it's a very minimal amount. And yeah, perhaps it does come back and cost the taxpayers a small amount to be able to do this, but they're also benefiting by the fact that they have volunteer firefighters willing to, you know, fight fires in their towns. So I ask you to support this bill, and thank you so much. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for presenting the bill. We have a question from Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I don't have one for Representative Dudera. I appreciate you bringing this bill to us, though. So thank you very much. And thank you for being on the fly with testimony. We appreciate that too. I do want to ask Julie, though, for a little bit of to bring to the work session, if you could, Julie, the work that we did on the tax exemption. I can't remember if it was sales tax exemption or excise tax exemption for the ferry boats, for the ferry boat to Chebeague Island. Seems like there could be some similarities there, and I was hoping that we could, when we cross that bridge, have that as part of our discussion. So thank you.
Representative Perry, followed by Representative Sachs. Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this bill forward. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank you because so many of these solutions for situations like this ends up with the municipalities that pay for their professional fire departments picking up a portion of the tab. And this is a very neat solution that leaves it right within the town that is relying on them, and it's entirely up to them, and seems very fair. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Well, you're welcome. And again, the credit goes to Bill Post, the town manager of Rockport. He's the one who came up with it. So, but thank you.
Additional questions from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Dudera. I just wanted to confirm this is opt-in for municipalities. Yes, they don't, this is not mandatory that they have to do it. And then the second one is there any provision if they wanted to give partial? So if a municipality, when they ran their numbers, felt like they couldn't give full credit for excise tax, but could they do partial excise tax? I didn't see it in the text, and I did read Mr. Post's excellent testimony as well, which was very helpful. Thank you for that. But I just wondered if that was also an option.
Great. No, it is not an option. Perhaps that's something that you may want to add in an amendment, but that's not an option right now. It really doesn't equate to be that much money. I mean, but again, it could be something that we could add, and we could leave it up to the towns.
What we hear often with bills like this, Representative Dudera, the reason I asked is because then volunteer EMTs may ask for the same credit. And so just trying to think about maximum flexibility while still understanding the difficulty in recruitment of volunteer firefighters. My husband used to be one as well. So I completely understand. Just wanted to get some parameters around the bill. Thank you.
Well, and in fact, you know, I have had a couple of people reach out to me and ask about EMS and whether they would be covered. And my personal opinion, having done that work, it'd be great to include them too. But
thank you so much.
Excellent. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us, Representative Dudera, and presenting this bill. We don't have anybody signed up to speak for the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against the bill, at least on the sign-up sheets. Do you know if there's anybody in the waiting room, Avery, that wants to speak on this bill that didn't sign up in advance?
No, there were a lot of people who did want to sign up, but you know, the timing, who knows when the timing gets hard for people. So I think they just went ahead and submitted written.
Yeah. And I want to encourage everybody once again to make sure that before the work session, read all of the testimony on our webpage. There's lots of it for all of the bills that we're seeing today, not just for the folks that are speaking.
All right, so seeing no further questions, do you have a question, Representative Sachs, or are you all set?
No, that was going to be my point as well. Of course, Madam Chair had outlined it, but there's quite a bit of testimony that's very, very helpful for many of these bills today. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we'll now conclude the public hearing on LD 94, and we will go into public hearing on LD 229. Do you know if Senator Farron's with us, Avery?
I think he's tuned into another work session right now, but I'll reach out to his aide. I know she's watching.
Do you know if Representative or Senator Bennett is with us for LD 950?
Farron is on. I'm going to promote him right now.
Okay, great.
Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll hear from Senator Farron to introduce LD 229, and then following his testimony, we'll hear from Ben Lucas to speak in support. So we'll now open up to the public hearing on LD 229. This is an act to increase investment caps in the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program, sponsored by Senator Farron. Welcome, Senator Farron. Good to see you.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of Legislation's Taxation Committee. I'm Senator Brad Farron, and I have the honor of representing the people of Senate District 3, which includes most of Somerset County and one town in Kennebec County, the town of Rome. I come before you today to introduce LD 229, an act to increase investment caps in the Maine Seed Tax Credit Program. I believe this bill is vital to ongoing efforts by the state and its private sector partners to revitalize the economies of communities throughout Maine. For more than a decade now, Maine has been dealing with the economic fallout from a wave of paper mill closures. When fully operational, these iconic facilities were the lifeblood of their communities. Places like Lincoln, Millinocket, East Millinocket, Bucksport, Ashland, and Madison all depended on their mills to provide steady employment, a robust tax base, and a steady flow of dollars into local businesses providing goods and services. When UPM Madison closed in 2016, more than 200 people, many of them my friends and constituents, lost their jobs. The community lost its largest taxpayers, budgets for local services were trimmed, and area businesses lost revenue. 5 years later, there's optimism in Madison again due to a transformation taking place inside the old mill. GoLab, a building products company, is renovating the facility, installing new equipment, and next year will become the first manufacturer to make wood fiber insulation for the American market. It's fair to say the company wouldn't be where it is today without the support of its investors, many of whom are based in Maine, and they've been able to get a 40% tax credit for investing in GoLab under the Maine Seed Tax Credit Program. This program, administered by the Finance Authority of Maine, is a critical tool for companies like GoLab that are trying to repurpose paper mills to manufacture new, innovative, value-added forest products. The upfront capital costs on these kind of projects are much greater than a typical startup, and it can take a long time for investors to see meaningful returns. In rural communities like Madison, as well as many others around the state, needs tools to incentive development at this scale. Under LD 229, the lifetime credit cap for an individual business under the Maine Seed Credit Tax Program would rise from 3.5 million to 6 million. This would also raise the annual cap, the amount all investors in a company can receive in a single calendar year, from 2 to 3 million. This bill does not expand the overall program cap and therefore will not require additional funding. I believe these common sense changes, which are consistent with recommendation by the governor's COVID-19 Economic Recovery Commission, will convince more qualified Maine investors to invest in efforts to turn shuttered paper mills and other manufacturing facilities into innovation centers, making new products that can boost rural economies across the state and ensure that Maine's working forest remain healthy and viable. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank Commissioner Johnson, the Maine Forest Product Council folks, the folks at Professional Logging Contractors. You see the list. We got some folks that are going to follow up here, and Josh Henry at GoLabs that's going to testify as well. You'll notice, and I'll offer this up and talk to you, you'll see in the FAME testimony, They made a couple suggestions on amendments, basically changing the effective dates for the investments. In the bill, it says April 1st. They're suggesting January 1st of 2021, and that the program sunsets with the changes that was enacted last year, the end of calendar year 2025. Fully on board with those amendments and would offer those up if the committee so chooses to move this bill forward. Just want to thank, this is one of the reasons why we do this. Little town of Madison is very optimistic. What Go Labs and those folks are doing for the folks on the Kennebec up there are pretty amazing. And after going through the shutdown of the mill up there, to have some smiles on faces and some optimistic, especially with the last year of the pandemic and everything else. This is good stuff. So I look forward to your consideration on this proposal, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Even though you can see in the queue, you got people a lot more, can probably answer the questions better than I can.
Thank you, Senator Farren. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator. Nice to see you. So you and I had a few email exchanges about this bill because I'm deeply interested in this program, and I wondered about the changes that were made just last year to adjust some of the caps. This program is under OPEGA review. There's going to be a report coming, but those changes were deemed necessary in order to spread the impact of this particular program. Was there a reason that in particular that right after that you're now changing those same limits that were just lowered last year? I'm interested in knowing the driving force behind that.
Well, and I think that's something, that the folks from FAME and maybe some others can address. I can tell you from my standpoint, this bill is specifically focused on the Go Labs project in Madison, where we have, and Josh Henry can speak, we have investors that specifically want to invest in this product and what's going on up there. And to capture some of that available investment money, we need to raise the caps. And so it does limit the pool, by increasing this piece. But we have a specific program, and it's targeted towards that. Even though you'll hear from some other folks, and I think you see the testimony, other companies besides Go Lab that feel they can benefit from this. And quite honestly, we had these conversations with FAME at first. And again, I don't want to speak for them because I know they're going to testify up through here. They had some of those same concerns that you raised, but working with Commissioner Johnson in the governor's office and with FAME, I think we found, was able to see why this was important for some of the development that we have, because I believe the money's sitting there and not being utilized.
Right, and that will be a question. I know the utilization, actually, there had been some backup because people had to hold on and take bridge loans because the credits got used January 1st. And that the changes last year with LD 1200 actually were designed to help that. And now we're moving the ball again. And I think you're right, Senator Farren, this will be a policy discussion about how much we as a state want to invest in many companies or continue to capitalize certain projects in one company. So that's an interesting policy discussion, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Farren, for being with us. We're now going to take testimony from those in support of the bill, followed by those against the bill, and then by those neither for nor against. We'd just like to take this opportunity to remind folks who are testifying that we ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. When you approach the 3-minute time, if you're still speaking, we'll ask for a final thought, and by that we mean a sentence or two. There'll be an opportunity for committee members to ask questions. We'd also ask committee members to please truly ask questions as opposed to making comments, which can be done at the work session. Just so folks know, we have 11 people lined up to speak on this bill, and we have 4 more bills after this that we still need to hear, with a number of people signed up to speak on those as well. So with that, we will hear testimony in support of this bill now by Ben Lucas, followed by Bill Ferdinand. Is Ben Lucas with us? Welcome, Mr. Lucas.
Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Good.
Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Ben Lucas. I live in Portland and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Jobs Council. The Maine Jobs Council is a new statewide, nonpartisan, member-driven advocacy organization that advances public policies to support the creation and preservation of foundational jobs in Maine. I am here today to testify in support of LD 229. The Maine Jobs Council fully supports any legislation that encourages investment and innovation into the state of Maine. In 2019, Maine ranked number 40 in America for capital investment, and in 2020, we ranked number 45 for venture capital investment. We believe this legislation would help encourage more investment into the state of Maine and help make Maine more competitive regionally. Right now, our weekly average wage in Maine is only $955. That is tied with Wyoming for 11th lowest. One of the best ways to solve this problem is attract more money into Maine. If more money can be invested into Maine, that leads to growing our tax base and increasing our base of stable, good paying jobs. Another great way to grow our economy is innovation. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Program is designed to help startups and entrepreneurs be successful in Maine. MIT and Harvard are just an hour south of the Maine border. The Cambridge corridor generates innovations and has companies that employ hundreds of thousands of people. That is only second to the technological epicenter of Silicon Valley. Right now, Maine has no plans to connect with some of the innovation that is coming out of Cambridge, and we feel it's important to attract companies that exist there to consider relocating in Maine. We believe this legislation could help be a start. We need to address bringing investment into Maine and prepare our children with the skills they'll need for the future. The Maine Jobs Council believes this legislation would help all those areas. In closing, we want to thank Senator Brad Farren for bringing this legislation forward. We also want to thank the group of bipartisan members who co-sponsored this legislation. And as Senator Farren noted, I also think it's important to know that the increase in the lifetime limit is also supported by Governor Mills's Economic Recovery Committee. With that closes my testimony. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Lucas? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We'll now hear from Bill Ferdinand to speak in support, followed by Brian Whitney. Welcome, Mr. Ferdinand.
Good morning, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the committee. I'm Bill Ferdinand. I'm a lawyer with Eaton Peabody. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Maine Forest Products Council. The testimony you have, written testimony, has Patrick Strauch's name on it. He's the executive director. We obviously support, you heard from Senator Farren, the good experience that they're excited about with the GoLab project. We also have negative experiences for the lack of incentives. We've had companies, as we try to redevelop the forest products industry, you're all familiar with the mills that were lost, and we're trying to redevelop. Madison's one of them. The entire Penobscot River corridor was lost, and we're trying to redevelop those sites. And as we look at the types of businesses that are manufacturers that bring lots of jobs, we are in competition with other states, and we have lost businesses because Maine does not provide sufficient incentives to attract the types of manufacturers that we're trying to get. And this is one of the reasons why. This is one of the tools that we have to attract new growing businesses with new forest products that they're at a scale that employ a lot of people. And we need this tool to do that. And this is not, in the scheme of things, this is not a large adjustment. This is, it is a necessary adjustment to keep those businesses coming to Maine and growing them in Maine. As we've heard that we have a lot of interest, but we have to be able to land the fish. We have a lot of people that come to Maine and are interested, but when we get into competition with other states, they throw up more incentives than we do, and we're not growing the businesses that we need to grow as a result. So we've got good stories and bad stories. I don't want to let GoLab become one of the bad stories. And we want this tool to help them. And there are other companies like GoLab in this manufacturing sector with lots of jobs that we want to incentivize as well. So that's why we're in support. And you're going to hear from them. You've got other examples of people coming after me that have similar examples. The other thing I would note in the testimony, there is a forum coming up on April 9th. If you want to learn more about what's going on in the forest products industry with our development, the information's in there to sign up for that webinar. We encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. Great to see you again. We'll now hear testimony and support from Brian Whitney with the Maine Technology Institute, followed by Heather Johnson from DECD. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you.
Great. Thank you very much. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and esteemed members of the committee. My name's Brian Whitney, and I'm the president of the Maine Technology Institute, our state-funded public-private partnership that helps catalyze innovation in Maine. I'm here today to offer my support for LD 229. As you know, MTI was created back in 1999 to encourage, promote, stimulate, and support innovation and its transformation into new products, new processes, new Maine companies, ultimately leading to the creation of quality jobs for Maine people. In the past fiscal year, we used our $6.7 million appropriation. Thank you, by the way, for that. We used that money along with investment returns and loan repayments to put $9.6 million to work in over 140 distinct projects across Maine. This funding helped leverage $58 million in private sector matching investment. As you know, Maine is challenged with attracting investments for Maine's high potential early stage companies. Maine Startups Insider recently noted that there are really no reliable reports on Maine's annual venture investments. And to illustrate that fact, they cited a recent Money Tree report that was issued by PricewaterhouseCoopers and CB Insights that said venture capital investments in Maine companies plummeted to 18 million in 2020, while a competing Venture Monitor report issued by PitchBook noted that Maine companies received 86 million in venture capital in 2020. Despite the disparity between the two reports, it's evident that there is a scarcity of venture capital in the state of Maine. So how scarce? If you assume that the $86 million number from last year is closer to accurate, Maine's share of the $130 billion in venture capital invested nationally in 2020 amounts to 0.6 of 1% of the total. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit is a tool that's vital to helping increase that investment. The companies that MTI works with daily to help grow and scale jobs and revenues are oftentimes incredibly risky ventures that have trouble accessing capital during the early years. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program helps to mitigate some of the risk of investing in these ventures by providing at least a partial return on the investment, even if the business ultimately fails. This bill has been mentioned, proposes to increase the annual cap on investments from 2 million to 3 million and the aggregate cap from 3.5 million to 6 million. As has been mentioned before, this change is consistent with the recommendations of the 37-member Economic Recovery Committee. The ERC suggested that Maine ought to encourage additional investments by expanding eligibility for this tax credit. Their recommendation called for increasing the annual per company investment limit to 5 million per year and the aggregate cap to 6 million. They also called for increasing the total allocation of credits from 15 to 20 million. So while this proposal is a bit more modest than what the ERC proposed, it's still a giant leap forward in the right direction. Without question, the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit is one of the most effective tools Maine has to spur investments in startups. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to address any questions you might have.
Great, thank you for being with us. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We will now hear from Heather Johnson from DECD, followed by Joshua Broder from the Tilson Technology. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Heather Johnson, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 229. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program allows investors, both individuals and venture capital funds, to recoup a portion of their investment in an eligible early-stage Maine company in the form of tax credits, which can be used over at least a 4-year period to reduce state income tax liability. The aim of this program is to encourage investment in Maine's high growth potential early stage companies who are seeking equity investment to grow and scale, with the understanding that these companies are critical to the diversification and growth of Maine's economy. The program, administered by the Finance Authority of Maine, was first established in the late 1980s with a lifetime cap of $30 million, which was reached in 2013. The legislature revived the program in 2014, but with an annual cap rather than a lifetime cap. The cap was raised from $4 million to $5 million in 2016 and remained at $5 million until last year, when the legislature approved raising the annual cap to $15 million. DECD supports LD 229, which would reverse the reduction of the per company cap on famed seed investment tax credit and increasing it from the current $3.5 million back to the $5 million. The reduction came as a result of legislation passed in the spring of 2020, which increased the funding to this program. The intent of the reduction of the cap was to spread the credit out over a greater number of companies, but has had the unintended consequence of discouraging substantive investments in projects with higher capital requirements. This is especially problematic for projects such as forest products manufacturing, which often have large capital budgets. Based on data provided through FAME and companies benefiting from the tax credit as of October 2019, the seed capital tax credit has achieved the desired benefit of leveraging additional investments into Maine companies with an approximate 6.5 to 1 return, with an aggregate of almost $271 million invested from 2004 to 2017, with total credits being returned to investors of almost $40 million. Economic impacts of company payrolls are reported at $389 million, and revenues of $1 billion are reporting in aggregate over that same time period. Maine's economic future depends on our ability to build a more diverse and resilient economy, and the Maine Economic Development Strategy, focusing on talent and innovation, recognizes this in Strategy C, Promote Innovation. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit gives Maine's innovative companies one additional tool to leverage investment into their companies and allows us to promote Maine as a friendly place to invest. Thank you, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Question from Representative Sachs.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here this morning. So as you noted in your testimony, and as I asked Senator Farren, so is it the department's stand that there is more value in increasing the cap to leverage one company as opposed to the strategy that you talked about and the results of LD 1200 last year, which sought to spread that? Was there a change over this past year that you found that this would be a more effective strategy?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. You know, I think a lot's changed in the last year, right? In the marketplace, a lot has changed, and we do now have in front of us, not just this one opportunity that Senator Farren referenced, but as Mr. Ferdinand referenced, a number of opportunities kind of coming before us. And so certainly we would like to be more aggressive and allow for additional growth and investment in these kind of larger capital budget projects. Getting these to completion is incredibly important to how we stabilize and diversify our economy.
We have a question from Representative Carmichael, followed by Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, Commissioner. My question is kind of along the same line as Representative Sachs. If we use a larger percentage of the funds on big projects, are we in danger of closing out some projects that might not be able to move forward? I'm wondering if it's adequately funded, you know, for this time. We're really looking to get our economy up and going again. And, you know, I'm always looking for a way to help that, so.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Carmichael. I think you make actually a really interesting point that maybe we can spend some time in work session on, which is, you know, what is the potential of this program? right? And how do we really maximize that potential? And would additional funding help with that or not? Certainly, we didn't come today with that. I think the ability to make material investments in companies that can impact and support, good quality jobs in some of these rural communities particularly is critical. And then, there certainly is in that effort, to your question of will it limit for some? It potentially could. I think we'd have to watch that. But since we've raised the funding capacity, we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what that looks like. But we know that we have a handful of these projects right in front of us that we'd like to take advantage of.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for joining us today. And what Representative Carmichael was asking is, and how you just answered sort of answers my question as to the time frame of how this credit is working. Like I feel maybe it's pandemic related, I'm not sure, but it feels like there's sort of a mad rush to get to Maine to get some investment, not just spurred by the state, but also by the businesses that are trying to come in here. Do you feel like we are, I guess, kind of in a time pinch to get this spread out a little bit further than it is at the moment?
Thank you for the question, Representative Terry. Let me try to answer your question. And if I don't hit what you're asking, maybe we can, I don't know if we have to move it to work session or happy to have a discussion as well. But yeah, I think there is absolutely urgency, right? We are seeing some pent up demand in businesses wanting to come to Maine businesses finding opportunity and wanting to grow. Certainly there were some sectors that don't have that same opportunity, but we are seeing real opportunity in forest products and a handful of others that have been able to find solutions to moving forward in this period of time, and capitalizing on those is incredibly critical. We've been talking to the president of the Boston Fed and a number of other national economists, and they are very clear: the faster you can move on some of these kind of early investments, the better returns you will have. And if you look at the data from, the 2008-2009 economic recession, you see that businesses that were able to attract investment early as part of that recovery came out much faster and much stronger long term. So we want to certainly make sure that we learn from that.
Excellent, thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for being with us. Great to see you.
Thank you all.
We'll now hear from Joshua Broder, followed by Joshua Henry from GoLab. Joshua Broder, welcome. Looks like he needs to be promoted, Avery.
Yep, he is now.
Hi, thank you for the assist there. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and all of the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Joshua Broder. I serve as CEO of Tilson in Portland. We're a Maine-based network deployment and IT professional services firm with 180 employees all over the state and about 400 additional employees outside of the state. Last year, I was honored to be selected as the co-chair of the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, which was established to develop really specific policy recommendations to both stabilize Maine economy and build a bridge back to our 10-year plan in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm testifying today in support of LD 229, an act to increase investment caps in the state of Maine seed capital tax credit program. In my own business, I'm involved in major capital projects all over the country, and Maine's incentives in this area don't feel very competitive because they don't contemplate projects at the scale that the economy is really functioning on a nationally competitive basis. So I worry, and we talked a lot about this in the ERC deliberations, that we are playing small ball in our investments, which means we're expending some resources in this area, but we're getting less impact than we could. And so the project cap and limit numbers we're talking about in this bill are still very small from what I see in other places. And job creation in this recovery period, especially in the manufacturing sector, are really urgent to make sure that we don't have unequal recovery in the state, particularly in parts of northern and western Maine. In the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee, we found that the pandemic's impact on early stage high growth businesses has highlighted the importance of nurturing an entrepreneurial ecosystem that cultivates really nationally competitive and growth oriented businesses that are innovating to meet new market and economic circumstances, not just focused on historical areas. And fundamental to their growth and the Maine's economy recovering overall is the need to encourage these early stage investments in those new businesses. Quoting from the report here I'm reading, in today's economy, innovation drives growth and wage growth, with each new job created in the industry that competes nationally or internationally, creating an average of 1.6 additional jobs across Maine's local small business sector. It's on page 9 of the report. Furthermore, when Maine products are shipped and sold outside of Maine, they bring in new and additional dollars into our state economy overall. But startups, particularly in the manufacturing sector, require a lot of capital, and the state incentives to stimulate investments in them becomes critically important, particularly in the face of other states' competition and businesses having choices of where to do this. Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program has a proven track record of attracting investments in this early stage manufacturing business sector, although changes to the credit recently have clearly diminished its impact, as evidenced by much of the credit remaining unused. For all of these reasons, the ERC had strongly recommended building upon and strengthening that program. Specifically, the ERC report recommended expanding the tax credit to include a higher per company lifetime investment limit of $6 million, which is consistent with what I'm seeing in LD 229. We recommended a higher annual per company investment limit of $5 million a year compared to LD 229's more modest $3 million a year, and a higher annual total amount of credit available to $20 million compared to LD 229's support of continuing on at the $15 million level. The revisions proposed to this credit in LD 229, while not exactly the same as the ERC report recommendations, are strongly and directionally aligned with what we had made as recommendations, and I really do support this bill as fulfilling the intent of those recommendations. I understand that the program allocation was recently expanded to a cap of 15 million, and the program is not fully utilized, so it appears that it has some room to grow, but the structural limitations that were recently imposed on the available credits have really made them a mismatch for the most meaningfully scaled projects that are desperately needed.
Mr. Broder, could you give us a final thought, please?
Nope, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Happy to answer questions.
Trying to keep everybody to a 3-minute limit. We have a lot of people signed up to speak today. Thank you for your testimony. Questions from members of the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Pouliot.
Thank you. I did have a question for Mr. Broder, which is, are there other bills that you have given testimony on, or just this one? And the reason I ask is that I was recently having a conversation with the Chamber of Commerce about the fact that we don't really take a lot of time to make sure that legislation that's being introduced in the legislature aligns with the state's strategic plan or recommendations now from the ERC. Are you testifying on other pieces of legislation, or do you feel that this one in particular really stands out as something we need to help achieve our goals?
Thank you for that question. The short answer is this is the second bill I've testified on. There was another bill previously in front of the Energy and Utilities Committee, which took up a recommendation that the state hadn't addressed in its response to the ERC report. And so one of the things I've been very appreciative of Commissioner Johnson and the rest of the executive agency work is that they've been quite responsive to the recommendations in the report. And so those generally have been implemented, something like 80% of them. And so I've cherry picked a couple where I saw some activity here where we hadn't quite closed the gap on those recommendations. And I was, hoping to make sure that the recommendations of the report are clear. The ERC is well aware that we're neither appropriators nor legislators nor implementers. And so ultimately our job is to make sure that our recommendations were clear and understood. And in most cases, we've seen, executive agencies and the legislature move so quickly that we haven't had to be very involved, but there have been other areas where, things have been left unaddressed. And I think that's what moved me here.
Well, thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that was put into those recommendations.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Excellent. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Broder. We'll now hear from Joshua Henry from GoLab, followed by Linda Caprera.
Thank you.
Members of the Taxation Committee on Taxation, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Joshua Henry. I'm the president of GoLab, a building materials company based in Belfast and Madison, Maine. I'm testifying today to explain why I believe it's critical for the legislature to pass LD 229 and raise the investment caps for the Maine Seed Tax Credit Program. Next year at our production facility inside the former UPM paper mill in Madison, GoLab will become the first company in North America to manufacture wood fiber insulation. Our products, marketed under the brand name Timber HP, will include blown-in, loose-fill batt insulation and continuous insulation boards, all made from softwood chips. Our products are designed to work together as one comprehensive above-grade insulation system or as standalone, affordable, low-risk drop-in replacements for foam, mineral wool, cellulose, and other traditional insulations targeting the residential and commercial construction market. Repurposing the mill to make these new products has required extensive engineering work, renovation, and upgrades to the facility and adjacent wood yard, and the purchase and installation of 3 separate manufacturing lines. The total capital cost to do this work and make the necessary purchases is substantial, $120 million mixture of equity and financing. It's not an exaggeration to say that we simply would not be on track to meet our goals and launch in 2022 without the support of our investors and the existence of the Maine Seed Tax Credit Program. The program and the 40% tax credit it offers to investors in early stage Maine-based companies has been the single most important factor in our ability to raise the capital we've needed to move our project forward. With the closure of the mills in Millinocket, East Millinocket, Madison, Bucksport, Lincoln, and now effectively Jay, the future of the forest products industry in Maine very much depends on finding new value-added products to bring life back to these manufacturing facilities and their communities. By their very nature, these future projects like ours will require much greater capital investments than in other markets, and therefore were substantially negatively impacted by last year's changes to the Maine Seed Tax Credit legislation, which lowered the maximum cumulative investment a company can receive from $5 million down to $3.5 million, and capped at $2 million the amount of investment allowed in any one company in a given year. In a year where raising money has become an enormous challenge, these changes eliminated a crucial investment incentive at the exact moment when it has been needed most. Though we've been able to persevere and progress, GoLab, the town of Madison, and all of our state partners very much need the changes that LD 229 proposes in order to be successful and put a vital piece of the forest products manufacturing infrastructure back to work. We recognize that the changes implemented last year were done with the good intention of making this program available to as many companies as possible, but to date, these 2 changes have not been needed to achieve that end, and therefore should be changed in accordance with LD 229 to prevent measurable economic harm from being done. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry, for presenting today. I have a quick question for you. With your, as part of the investment into this new project, are you getting any kind of help from the former mill owner, or did you guys jump in blind?
Yes, I don't really want to tell you how blind it was. The substantial help that we've received is really from the town of Madison, the county of Somerset County Economic Development Corporation, and other entities in that area. We have not received help from the, we bought that mill basically without any assistance from the owners of the mill at that time. The substantial assistance we did receive was from former employees of the mill, the head of electrical instrumentation, Marty Troy, the head of mechanical maintenance, Joe Clark, and the chief program officer, Rick Vino, joined our engineering team to help us preserve the infrastructure that was in place. They worked there combined for almost 100 years and were eager to help us preserve that, the work that had been put into that mill and the investment that was made.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Looks like we have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just go back to your last sentence, sir, if I could? It says, to date, the two changes have not been needed to achieve that end and therefore should be changed. And can you just help me understand that statement?
Sure. In the last year, when the change was made, only 11 million of the $15 million that was allocated was actually used. And just to put a finer point on that, 5 million, that includes 5 million, the 5 million that was referenced earlier that was backlogged from previous years of investment. So 5 million was invested on, the $5 million cap that used to exist was used up on January 1st. So basically the entire year of investment of 2020 only represented 6 million invested in 2020 towards that cap. So that gives you a picture of just how much availability there still is in that $15 million. We don't know how that's going to play forward, of course, but there still is substantial room within the cap this year as well.
Right, and I guess my question would have been COVID aside, and I'll ask FAME this as well. It would make sense to me that this would be a year that people would have been a little more conservative. And so was that a factor in thinking about that?
I can't answer that, and we can only answer it going forward. I think it's crucial for people to understand, though, that no one would actually be cut out of the seed tax credit. The way that the tax credit is legislated is that the return to companies actually goes down or is spread out among those companies. So the 40% tax credit would become less, but individual companies would not be, kept out of that tax credit. So there's no danger that, there's really very little danger that the tax credit would not be spread across enough companies. It's just a question of how big the tax credit that investors receive is. So we submitted our investors the tax credit used to be 50%, it was reduced to 40%. When we submitted our investors tax credit applications on January 1st of 2020, they actually only received 35% or 38%. You can ask FAME about what the actual number was. But no one actually lost out on a tax credit. It just had to be spread, that 5 million had to be spread out among the companies that applied.
Thank you, I will ask FAME. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
It looks like we have a question from Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Yep, the product that you guys are developing, is that a product that's on the market already, or is that a like product, or is this brand new idea?
It is a product that exists in Europe. So it is actually a suite of products that does about $700 million in gross revenue in the EU. It has never been manufactured anywhere in North America. This will be the first plant for that product. It's a renewable, recyclable, non-toxic product that's actually carbon negative, carbon sequestering. So it's quite a substantial, has quite substantial differences from the products that exist that people are very familiar with: mineral wool, fiberglass foam. So it's very market differentiable. It's a product that has 20 plus years of experience in Europe in a similar building infrastructure. It's just something that has to date not been manufactured anywhere in North America.
Thank you, very interesting. Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Henry? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and good luck with your company. It sounds amazing, really amazing. Next up, we have Linda Caprera from the Chamber, followed by Nathaniel Henshaw from CEI.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the committee. My name is Linda Caprera. I represent the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm a resident of Winthrop. And we are here in strong support of LD 229. Maine's Seed Capital Tax Credit Program provides a powerful economic development tool for the state by encouraging equity and near equity investments in Maine businesses directly and through private venture capital funds. We feel this program in particular supports Maine small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startup companies, something which Maine prides itself on. Investments may be used for fixed assets, research, or working capital. The program encourages investors to commit capital to Maine companies that might otherwise be invested outside the state. And these investments are in some of Maine's most exciting economic sectors, such as manufacturing, advanced technologies, value-added resource enterprises, or visual media production companies. Over the years, clearly there has been legislative support for the program. And we really are pleased to see that last year, the governor and the legislature really increased the program limits from $5 to $15 million. We think that raising the investment cap and expanding the annual program limits to 15 million was a key recommendation, as Commissioner Johnson had indicated, to the state's economic development strategy. And that's really to promote innovation in the state. We feel it's really key. The plan also notes, the economic development plan also notes that this would likely have helped 40 startups and create over 2,300 new jobs. According to FAME, each year this program is responsible for the creation of up to 229 new jobs with a payroll of over 27.8 million. And FAME also indicated to us that the program retains over 530 jobs as well that each year. We feel that increasing the annual caps from 2 to 3 million and the aggregate cap on eligible investment in one for one business is only going to further grow this economy, and particularly because, with the pandemic and everything, businesses are struggling, and really the early bird gets the worm. So we really feel that, increasing these caps and allowing these businesses to invest more is really going to accomplish that, and really in line with what the state's strategic plan is. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I will be available for the work session.
Great, thank you, Ms. Caprera. Good to see you. Any questions from members of the committee? Doesn't look like we have any. So thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Nathaniel Henshaw from CEI Ventures, followed by Tim Agnew. Welcome, Mr. Henshaw.
Senator Chipman, thanks for having me here, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Nathaniel V. Henshaw. I live in Brunswick, Maine, and I'm testifying today on behalf of CEI Ventures, Inc. in support of LD 229. I'm president of CVI, which is a socially responsible venture capital firm and subsidiary of Coastal Enterprises, CEI, a nonprofit community development finance institution, also based in Brunswick, Maine. Since forming CVI in '94, CVI has raised over $60 million in 5 socially responsible venture capital funds. We've invested an average of $600,000 in 64 small businesses, most of which are based in Maine. As a direct result of this investment, our portfolio companies have helped create over 2,700 jobs, net new jobs, and nearly 5,000 people work at these companies. As stated above, CVI strongly supports LD 229, which raises the cap on companies' lifetime tax credits from $3.5 to $6 million. Many companies need much more than $3.5 million in venture capital to cover the startup and growth phases of their business, enabling to reach the stage where they can generate sufficient revenue to cover their cost and can access bank financing when needed. 2 companies we're currently working with, Constant AI and Go Labs, and I'll spare you the Go Labs since it's been well covered before. Constant AI of Falmouth is a financial technology firm whose easy-to-use automated digital self-service software platform enables borrowers to access debt relief in minutes as opposed to days, weeks, or potentially longer via the old manual process. This digital strategy is a short-term upfront cost that will benefit this business and the business as it assists in cost savings, operational efficiency, and by generally making workflow better. The company hires software writers, salespeople, and administrators. Its products sell both nationally and internationally through large loan processors and online. To date, Constant AI is now up to $3.2 million in venture capital and is looking to raise more money right now, which will take them over the cap. In just a few years, this company and Go Labs, for instance, and many others will continue to create quality jobs and contribute to Maine economies. They're just two examples of the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credits program ability to foster innovation and grow talent in critical businesses, specifically to create quality manufacturing and technology jobs here in Maine.
Mr. Henshaw, if you could give us a final thought, that would be great.
I just say that LD 229 will continue to attract job creating capital to support Maine's innovative entrepreneurs, and we strongly urge your support of LD 229.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Henshaw? Doesn't look like we have any questions for you, but appreciate you being here and offering your testimony today.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Tim Agnew, followed by Sarah Austin, who will be speaking in opposition to the bill. Welcome, Mr. Agnew.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Tim Agnew of Portland, and I am submitting money in support of LD 229. By way of background, I've pestered this committee on this program since the mid-'80s. I've been a big supporter of the seed capital tax credit for many years and all of its changes over that period of time. I was formerly the CEO of the Finance Authority of Maine. I'm currently a member of Maine Angels, and I've worked in venture capital and development finance for more than 20 years. I'm not going to read my testimony. I'm just going to address one issue that is, I think, an important one, which is the question of whether we should change back from changes that were just made a year ago. And my perspective on why I supported LD 1200 last year was it was based on the fact that we had, I think, 3 years at that point where 5 million in available credits had basically disappeared on the first day of the year. And it was really tying businesses in knots trying to figure out how to raise capital. And the bill LD 1200 had an increase in the cap from 5 million to 15 million, but that had a fiscal note on it, and there was no assurance that increase would happen. So in the event that we were left with 5 million, it made more sense at that point in time, I think, to spread that credit over more businesses. Fortunately, the legislature was able to increase the credit to 15 million a year. And the impact of that was we went from 10 million in investments that could be made by Maine businesses with the credit each year to $37.5 million, which is the difference between the 50% and the 40% credit, as well as the increase in the total that was available. And as a result, I think it's important that we support businesses that are as important to the state of Maine as businesses like Go Labs are. And that, the problem with cutting off a business as it's growing from access to the program is you may have businesses that use the credit and are unable to continue to grow. We want them to be able to continue to grow and to achieve the job creation and the impact that we would like them to. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Agnew. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. So apparently Tim Walton's here to speak in support as well, even though we don't have him signed up in advance. But is that the case, Mr. Walton? You're here to speak in support?
I am, Senator. Thank you.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and respective members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Tim Walton. I'm a resident of Livermore, and I'm providing testimony today on behalf of Chimbro in support of this bill. Chimbro is a 100% employee-owned construction and construction services firm headquartered in Pittsfield, routinely operating in over 40 states, employing nearly 4,200 team members, 1,300 of which are Maine residents. I just wanted to add before I get into testimony, our chairman, Pete Vigu, had wanted to be here himself today. Last minute business issue came up that needed his attention, but he did want to thank Senator Farren for presenting this bill. I feel it's very important. And he also wanted to thank you all for all the work you do on behalf of the people of Maine every day. So by encouraging investment and fostering a culture of entrepreneurship, the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program has served as a catalyst to promoting a strong Maine economy. The program has provided added incentives for investors to offer needed financial resources to quality projects across the state. An example of this success of the program has contributed to is that of GoLab, a specialty building products manufacturing company that is currently transforming the Madison paper mill into a world-class facility. What they are doing there is truly amazing. In fact, next year they are slated, as you've heard before, to become the very first company to produce a wood fiber insulation in the US market, a great success story for Maine. In large part, no doubt, due to the benefits of this program. Our company has a longstanding position of supporting programs and services that move Maine forward and support job creation. We believe this program is just such a program, and thus encourage you to support this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Walton. Any questions to members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. We'll now hear from Marty Groman, who's also here to speak in support. Welcome, Honorable Marty Groman.
You're very kind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Marty Groman. I am a resident of Biddeford, and I'm here in my capacity as a board member of Sarah Helix Company of Bangor. Sarah Helix is a company that has developed a ceramic nanofiltration technology based on some IP that came out of the University of Maine. It's been founded about 8 or 9 years ago and has had some success out there in the marketplace, but continues to look for growth opportunities in the water filtration market, including taking on the challenge of PFAS and other timely matters like that. The reason I want to support this is that it's been interesting as a board member. It really takes a lot to develop a technology. Sarah Helix has raised actually from investors all over the country, and indeed actually all over the world, almost $9 million to date. And it seems like, that should have done it, right? But it really, this is a specialized piece of intellectual property that is very specific, and we are indeed raising more money and look to continue to grow the company. So I think Mr. Agnew mentioned this concept of support notching off or breaking off at one sort of key point for a small company. And that's sort of what I'm seeing with Sarah Helix, where we would really benefit from the seed capital tax credit and raising this cap. And I appreciate the members of the committee having a back and forth on this. I know that this is a complex piece of legislation that has been considered in multiple sessions on an ongoing basis. I just want to express my support for raising this cap because I think it will bring new resources to small but growing Maine companies.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Groman, for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being here, and thank you for your previous service of, I believe, 8 years here in the Maine legislature. For those
You're giving me too much credit, Chair Chipman, 4 years, but thank you so much. And thanks to all of you.
Excellent. Great. Thank you. So we will now hear from Sarah Austin, who's here to speak in opposition to the bill, followed by Christopher Roney from who's speaking Spain, who's speaking the for against. Welcome, Sarah Austin.
Welcome. Sorry, there's motorcycles in my neighborhood, but good morning, everyone. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm a tax and budget analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here to testify against LD 229. The seed capital credit provides a tax credit equal to 40% of eligible investment up to $2 million, and a quarter of this credit can be claimed each year, meaning that investors making investments up to $2 million are able to get a refund back equal to about 10% of their credit over each of 4 years, or up to $200,000 a year. So this is a very huge credit. And the program is capped at $15 million of state expenditure annually right now. This bill would increase the maximum allowable investment from 2 to 3 million, which increases the state subsidy to investors to a maximum of 300,000 per year, or 1.2 million taken over 4 years. This is on top of any returns the investor gains from equity shares in the company or other returns on investment that they expect to receive from their seed capital. The $15 million aggregate cap would remain intact under this bill, so we're keeping the same amount of resources flowing out. The NBER reports that the average return on investment was about 25% for venture capital between 87 and 2000. And while this is dated, this estimate seems to hold up to other estimates on venture capital websites talking about the expected return on investment of these types of investments. And as it stands, this program guarantees a 40% return on seed capital investments before any business returns are factored in. So much larger in terms of what investors are able to get out. Because it's offering such a huge yield, it can pose a risk to the larger environment for seed capital investments with delayed or canceled investments. Businesses have already made this case. In 2019, when the Taxation Committee considered increasing the current cap, businesses were reporting that investors, rather than miss out on this credit because it's such a huge benefit to them, they were opting to wait to invest until the next year in businesses, which is not good for the larger environment of investing overall. As the fiscal note for this bill spells out, increasing the individual and business level caps for investment would shrink the pool of businesses and investors who would be able to access this credit before the annual funding runs dry, and further the incentive for investors to make a mad rush for investment when the credit is available and delay investments for the rest of the year. Rather than make more investment capital available for more businesses, this bill could have the opposite effect by reducing the number of businesses that benefit under the cap with fewer and larger deals. If the goal of the policy is to increase the number of startups that benefit from this program, reducing the maximum allowable investment would ensure that more businesses are able to benefit, the opposite of what this bill is trying to do. So while the amount of investment eligible is very generous under the seed credit, it is limited, and the amount that investors can invest is not. Under current law, an investor can already invest $3 million in seed capital in a company and get credit for the first $2 million, still getting a 26% return on that investment before any other business success is factored in. These investors are still receiving a large subsidy for their investment, even at $3 million, while the fund would be able to support a larger number of startups if we are able to keep things as they are. So for those reasons, we urge the committee to maintain the current investing caps to maximize the businesses that are able to receive from this fund, and urge the committee to vote on not to pass this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you for being with us. Any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Austin? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your testimony. We don't have anybody else to speak in opposition, but we have one person signed up to speak neither for nor against. That's Christopher Roney. So we'll now hear from him. He's with FAME to speak neither for nor against. And then following that, we will hear from Senator Bennett to introduce our next bill, LD 950. Welcome, Mr. Roney.
Hi, good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Chris Roney. I'm the General Counsel of the Finance Authority of Maine. I live in Freeport. I'm a happy constituent of Representative Sachs, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 229. I'll truncate my testimony, which I submitted in writing, largely because most of what I was going to say has already been said by others. But I will point out that we've administered this credit since 1987 and have watched it grow. And I personally have worked with a number of businesses being chiefly in charge of administering this program at FAME for the last many years. And I think it's a very impressive program and led to many business successes and a lot of investment in the state, a lot of concurrent jobs and attendant economic impact from their activities, including our annual surveys suggest that there's about $7 million, $72 million of revenue on average of the companies that participate in this program. We are currently working with OPEGA in an evaluation of this program, and we do expect some recommendations to flow out of that process in the coming months. As other people have relayed, up to 2 years ago, we were faced with only $5 million of credits, and we were selling out those credits, so to speak, on the first day of each year, which again is not only problematic from a policy standpoint, but I can tell you administratively, I refer to it internally as essentially trying to swallow an elephant, because we would process a full year's worth of credits, on one day. It would take us really 3 months or so to work our way through that one day's applications. But more importantly, it really did have a negative impact on the businesses that were trying to attract capital and on the investors trying to, to use the credits that the program was designed to incentivize. So FAME introduced LD 1200 as again, other people have mentioned, last year, and supported the changes suggested there, which were designed to spread what were then very limited credits over a wider swath of companies, and that would require essentially reducing the caps on the per company limits aggregately and imposing an annual limit. And at the same time, we'd ask for up to an additional $10 million per year of credit authority. As Tim Agnew rightly relayed earlier, we did not necessarily expect to be that successful, but thankfully this committee did grant the full 15 million we were asking for, and we were quite appreciative of that. And I think it's been and will be very successful and important to the state's development.
Mr. Wong, give us a final thought. We appreciate it. We're at the 3 minutes. If you can give us a final thought.
Sure. Sorry. So I guess what I would say is that in closing is that we were proposing these changes last year. And I guess we would say a lot has changed over the last year, obviously, with COVID and these changes. And we're supportive of the state's Economic Recovery Committee, and we're also supportive of GoLab, who we've helped in other capacities. We didn't believe, given the short period of time since we had last testified before you, seeking the changes that were under 1200, we could testify either for or against this thing. Instead, we don't think these changes will present any of the challenges that we were seeing before LD 1200. Instead, I think it just does raise policy concerns that are best addressed by the legislature generally, and more specifically this committee. And so,
we appreciate
happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, Mr. Roney. Nice to see you here. So as the path that I've been following throughout this portion of the hearing is my concern about the raising of the limits that you put up in your testimony as well, regarding increased investment in one company. If the stated goal is to diversify and help startups, do you see a concern if we are putting more eggs in one basket, or as the chamber said, the early bird gets the worm? So if that one application, much like you saw in the first 3 years of this program, if they get that application in first, does that then limit the availability and diversification of investment in other smaller companies?
Well, that's a good question. So I guess my response would be that that's a problem that you certainly encounter when you don't have enough credits to go around. I think if you have, one of the benefits of having now more credits, that have been awarded, is we don't have that limitation right now. There is a chance, obviously, that we'd get to that point where we are bumping up against the $15 million annual limit, in which case there would be some constraint on, spreading these among more companies. And that, it was a much different environment from when we introduced the changes in LD 1200, where we had so little investments or credit authority to give away. I don't know, certainly currently with the limits we have now, that it would not be a problem.
All right, with the limits, but if we were to, but we may, if we increased the limit given the proposal in this particular bill.
Well, I don't believe, again, with the current limits, I don't believe that we'd see, certainly not right away, would we see, the kinds of problems that we were seeing before. And I would point out that our data shows that, less than 10 companies right now are kind of near or approach either at the cap or near the cap. So it's not it's not a significant number of companies. So I would offer that information.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Roney. Appreciate your testimony. We don't have anybody else signed up to speak on this bill, so we'll now close the public hearing on LD 229. And we will open up the public hearing on LD 950. This is sponsored by Senator Rick Bennett. This is an act to improve Maine's economic development incentives. So we'll now hear from Senator Bennett to introduce this bill, and following him, we will hear testimony again from Mr. Roney. Welcome, Senator Bennett.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Senator Rick Bennett. I have the honor of representing 13 towns of the beautiful Lakes region and foothills of Western Maine in the Maine Senate. I'm pleased today to present for your consideration LD 950, an act to improve Maine's economic development incentives. This bill has two quite different parts. The part that sent this measure to this committee would modify Maine's seed capital tax credit. And I've spent much of my professional life outside of the legislature over the past 25 years, rescuing and managing and growing some terrific Maine businesses. I'm very familiar and supportive of the seed capital tax credit in stimulating investment in small enterprises in our state, reduces risk through cash incentives provided through our tax code, as you've just been talking about. Traditionally, the tax credit was given only to Maine taxpayers, so it had the double benefit of helping secure investment capital for our small businesses while thanking people paying Maine income taxes for taking risks on Maine companies. As you all know, several years ago, the seed capital tax credit was changed such that it became refundable for certain venture capital funds, so that rather than reward Maine taxpayers, we are often writing checks to entities, often out of state, rather than Maine taxpayers. When there are plenty of credits available, I was not as concerned about this approach, but there have been years, as we've just been discussing, when the tax credits disappeared in the early days of the year, and the credits made to Maine taxpayers were replaced effectively with payments to non-taxpayers. Very recently, due to budgetary infusions, there have been plenty of money, so this has not been an issue. But the bill before you would ensure that credits to Maine taxpayers are put to the front of the line. That's my intent with this bill. But as written, it would provide that the Finance Authority of Maine may not issue a certificate of eligibility for refundable seed tax credit to a private venture capital fund until after certificates have been issued for non-refundable credits, and only if the annual limit on certificates will not be exceeded. Now, I have to confess, I do not favor the specific wording in the bill before you, but I left it because I believe if this committee wishes to deal with this issue at all, you would want to work the particular language. My original concept was a little bit simpler. It was to allow 2 windows for proposals to be considered to qualify for the credit. On January 1st, credits would be available to Maine taxpayers, and on April 1st, refundable tax credits would be available for the venture capital funds. This is my preferred approach and my recommendation to the committee. Simply put, while we are stimulating investments in our small businesses through tax credits, we should put actual taxpayers first, not out-of-state venture capital funds. Now, the other part of this bill provides ongoing appropriations of $500,000 annually to the Governor's Job Initiative Program to be used as matching funds for worker training or retraining in manufacturing industries. This program, which has been dormant for many years, had been very helpful to manufacturing businesses in training Mainers for skilled jobs in the trades. One of the companies I'm currently involved in is Quaddy Inc., the old premium footwear manufacturer, which is now based in Lewiston. I'm co-chairman of the board at Quaddy, and the company is led by Kirsten and Kevin Shorey of Calais. Some of you who may have been around as long as I may remember that Kevin Shorey served in the Maine House and Senate many years ago. And Kevin was the chairman of the version then of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. It had a shorter title back then. Kevin asked me to share his support of the bill before you with the following words. And I'll quote him. He says, the governor's training initiative was introduced to help small businesses hire and train new employees. Initially, it provided up to $3,000 per new employee, which the businesses matched by providing tools, training materials, and hands-on instruction. In the late 1990s, our company, he writes, Quaddy, made use of the program by putting GTI funds toward payroll while contributing the cost of shoe leather, hand tools, and the time involved with training. It proved to be literally life-changing for our new hires. 3 local women, he writes, not only left the TANF role, that's temporary assistance for needy families, they were also able to learn a trade, provide for their families, and experience the pride of accomplishment. In recent talks with the Lewiston Auburn Chamber of Commerce, he continues, we learned about Strengthen LA and their work to match new Mainers with employers and job opportunities. We discovered that while the GTI program still exists, it is no longer considered a useful tool for the economic development community because it's not funded. There is an urgency to this issue, he writes, as the all-time greatest number of Maine workers are soon to age out of the working economy. Many local companies are open to training younger workers who are not college bound, as well as our new neighbors. They just need some help and support. And Kevin concludes, as employers, the GTI program literally inspired and empowered us to hire people at Quaddy, as was its original intent. We believe that this program is needed again now more than ever to help with the challenges of training and employing Maine's youth and new immigrant communities. Please consider funding for this program to invest in Maine's future. I'll let Kevin speak for that, and I thank you for your time and attention to this important issue.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Bennett. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions from members of the committee, thank you for presenting the bill to us today.
Thank you.
We don't have, we don't have anybody signed up to speak in favor of the bill unless you're aware of anybody, Avery, who's in the waiting room for speaking in favor, but we don't have anybody on the sign-up list. So we'll hear from those who want to speak in opposition to the bill, starting with Christopher Roney, followed by Joe Powers. If you can promote him next, he'd be speaking following Mr. Roney. Welcome back, Mr. Roney.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. It's I've gone from last to first. This is a great development. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Chris Roney, and I'm the General Counsel of FAME. As you know, I live in Freeport, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Section 1 of LD 950. And we take no position on Section 2 of the bill, which relates to the Governor's Jobs Initiative program. This bill proposes in Section 1 to prohibit FAME from issuing certificates of eligibility for a refundable seed capital tax credit program investor to a private venture fund until all certificates have been issued to, in the non-refundable context, for annual, until the annual limits would not be, or until it was determined that we could still issue them and not go over the program limit. We oppose this change because it puts private venture funds at the end of the line in priority for participation in the program, and it circumvents the program's intent of welcoming private investment, whether from inside or outside of the state. And it would also be very difficult to administer. The venture capital component of this program was added in 2012 and to encourage out-of-state investment and participating by venture capital funds, often referred to in investment circles as smart money, because they bring together not only money, but also know-how and other resources to companies. Last year, we received, or participating businesses received over 12.5 million of qualifying investments from private venture funds, which would equate to essentially more, or half of that, I should say, I'm sorry. Half of that, $12.5 million of investment came from inside venture funds from inside the state rather than outside funds. So this bill would discourage venture funds even from inside the state, funds like Nat Henshaw's fund, who was on earlier, from investing in the state. And I think that's a problem. I don't need discouraging venture capital fund investment, as we've heard today. It's a very important source of investment for Maine companies, and I think discouraging them by putting them at the end of the line is a dangerous message to send, and it's certainly not helpful to Maine businesses seeking capital. And these are these investors, the venture capital funds don't have, that are participating in this program, aren't necessarily from in-state or out-of-state. It's really who their investors are. And again, a lot of these investors even the in-state investors, in-state venture capital funds have investors from inside the state. So I'd summarize by saying I don't think this bill is necessary because we have plenty of credits available now, and it's also ill-advised because it discourages venture capital funds, which is a very important source of funding for this program. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and offer to ask any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roney. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us again on this bill. We'll now hear from Joe Powers, followed by Nathaniel Henshaw, followed by Tim Agnew. Welcome, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry. Happy birthday. We share a birthday today, so.
Oh, hey, happy birthday.
happy mutual birthday, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Joe Powers. I serve as principal of the Small Enterprise Growth Fund, which does business as Maine Venture Fund, or MVF. I live in Portland, and I'm here to testify in opposition of LD 950. My colleague and MVF Managing Director, John Burns, is also testifying in opposition to this bill. John has ably managed MVF for more than 20 years and will provide his testimony, including more background on the fund, separately. But as a reminder, MVF exists to support the highest potential companies in Maine. The 80 companies that the fund has invested in to date all represent the types of companies that the Seed Capital Tax Credit program targets. And many of them have taken advantage of this program to great success. While LD 950 may seem like a good idea, even a Maine first approach, it is neither. This is because from a company standpoint, raising capital from a venture capital fund, a VC, is often preferable to raising from individual investors. And VC funds would be effectively shut out from the incentive. Note that I use the word effectively because even though VC funds may be eligible after individual investors, as this bill is written, in practice, they would have to operate assuming the incentive would not be available to them, which means they would be much less likely to seek out Maine companies. Why would Maine companies prefer to raise capital from VCs versus individuals? First and foremost, as has been suggested earlier by Chris Roney, the amount of capital available from VC firms is much greater, generally comes in larger check sizes, so a founder can spend less time seeking financing and more time growing their business. Second, VCs often provide expertise and industry contacts, a point that has also been made that benefits young companies significantly. This can often unto itself be the difference between ultimate success and failure. And individual investors, by contrast, generally have day jobs. They're doing other things. They're not focusing 100% of their time on nurturing their companies. Third, raising capital from a VC provides any company with a stamp of approval that helps catalyze other investors, including many individual investors who, ironically, prefer to invest in a company that has been officially vetted by a VC first. On the one hand, this bill might preserve the seed capital tax credit for a few individuals. On the other hand, this bill would certainly handcuff every Maine company seeking to find growth capital by significantly reducing a vital source of funding. So the balance being proposed in this bill is to favor.
Give us a final thought. We appreciate it.
Sure. The Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit Program is a fantastic tool. It's had an immeasurable impact. This bill would reduce that impact significantly, so I urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thanks.
There are questions from members of the committee for Mr. Powers. Seeing none, thank you for being here. We appreciate your testimony. We'll now hear from Nathaniel Henshaw in opposition, followed by Tim Agnew. Welcome back, Mr. Henshaw.
Thank you for having me back, members of the Taxation Committee. I'm here to urge you against LD 950. CBI's first 4 funds qualified for Maine's seed capital tax credit. The fund's individual and Maine bank investors have told us unequivocally that this tax credit is a key factor in their decision to invest in Maine businesses through our funds. Recent changes, meaning the past few years, have allowed the certification of refundable credits has enabled us to raise investment capital from both in-state and out-of-state investors to capitalize Maine businesses. In our experience, this incentive has been critical to our ability to raise capital, and that has directly fostered job creation throughout the state. Over the past 10 years, CBI's 2 most recent funds have used the Maine Seed Capital Tax Credit to help companies throughout 14 companies throughout Maine, and I'll list a couple of them. Core Storm in Bangor, Mingle Health in South Paris, Pica Energy in Westbrook, Dream Local Digital in Thomaston, Genora in Biddeford, and Vetro in Portland. These investments have helped fund growth, catalyze job creation, and more recently provided stability during a tumultuous time for business, the pandemic. We did 9 financings during the pandemic to help support these companies. So the unintended effect of this bill will be to disqualify venture capital funds from using this business development tool. That outcome conflicts with the law's intent to provide Maine businesses with a mechanism which incentivizes access to capital and, very importantly, management expertise, including management expertise from out-of-state venture funds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the bills. It's been a pleasure sharing CI Ventures' direct experience working with businesses and investors who use this important incentive to support Maine entrepreneurs during a critical stage of their development. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Henshaw. Any questions from members of the committee? Not seeing any questions, so thank you for being with us again. We'll now hear from Tim Agnew to speak in opposition to the bill, and that will conclude testimony on this bill. Following this bill, we'll take a brief break, and then when we resume, we'll pick up with LD 978 with sponsor Allison Hepler to introduce that bill. So now we'll hear back from Tim Agnew. Welcome back.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee. Again, my name is Tim Agnew of Portland, and I'm here at this point to testify in opposition to Section 1 only of LD 950. I've submitted some written testimony, but I just want to make one real point, which is that I was involved when in the legislation that added venture capital funds to the program. And the reason I think that was compelling was that to paraphrase Willie Sutton, we did that because that's where the money is. There's a lot more money in out-of-state venture capital funds than there is in Maine Angels. I've also personally invested in 5 Maine companies, so I appreciate Senator Bennett looking out for people like me who have invested personally. But the point of the Seed Capital Tax Credit Program is not to benefit individual investors or venture capital funds. It's to benefit Maine businesses that are trying to raise capital and need to go where that capital is, and to try to raise capital from the investors that are most impactful to their growth and development. And that's why I would urge the committee not to prioritize either individual investors or venture capital funds, but to leave the program as it is. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Agnew? Seeing none, thank you for coming back to testify with us again on this bill. Appreciate your testimony. So that will conclude the public hearing on LD 950. We will now, why don't we take a 10-minute break? It's 11:33. Why don't we come back at 11:45? And when we do, we'll pick up with the public hearing on LD 978 to hear from the sponsor, Representative Hepler, on that bill. So we will be at ease for about 10 minutes till 11:45.
My pup says thank you.
Yeah. My growling stomach too.
All right, well, it's 11:45. I guess we'll start back up. Is Representative Hepler with us, Avery? So welcome, everyone. Welcome back. Committee on Taxation. We're now going to open up the public hearing on LD 978. This is an act to create an access to justice income tax credit, sponsored by Representative Hepler. And following the testimony introducing the bill from Representative Hepler, we will hear from Amanda Silverman of Dresden, followed by Jesse Bilfulco of Camden to speak in favor. Welcome, Representative Hepler. Good to see you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm actually in my office at school, so thanks. Good, oh, it says still good morning. Representative Terry, Senator Chipman, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I am Allison Hepler, and I'm pleased to represent the towns of Aroustic, Dresden, Georgetown, Phippsburg, part of Richmond, and my own town of Woolwich. And I'm pleased to present LD 978, an act to create the Access to Justice Act. Although I am not an attorney, I am delighted that several of my former students at the University of Maine at Farmington have gone on to law school and are now practicing attorneys. The LD 978 provides an income tax credit for 5 years for up to 5 attorneys each year who practice law in the state and agree to practice for at least 5 years in an underserved area of the state. It's a pilot project similar to one implemented to counteract the aging population and paucity of dentists in Maine. Personally, I'm a big fan of demonstration projects as they give the legislature an opportunity to assess the actual impact they have on their communities and their value before possibly adopting a lot more resources. So why is this needed? As we are all well aware, Maine is an aging state and the legal profession is no exception. As of 2017, about 1,000 of the 3,700 practicing lawyers in Maine were over 60. In rural parts of the state, 65% were older than 50, and more than half of all Maine lawyers live and work in Cumberland County. Nothing against Cumberland County, but 80% practice in just four Maine counties. And so this bill would incentivize a handful of young attorneys chosen by the Maine Supreme Judicial Court for 5 years so they can work in underserved areas and provide the variety of legal services that residents need, including their share of pro bono and indigent services work. Privately funded entities, some of which you'll hear about today, have stepped up to address this misalignment of attorneys and get them to where they're needed most. For instance, University of Maine Law School's Rural Fellowship Program, the Maine Justice Foundation, the Board of Overseers of the Bar, and the Maine State Bar Association have all provided support in the form of summer stipends and mentorships, for example. This bill is a modest public investment with the same goal. LD 978 is also virtually the same bill that passed as amended in both the 128th and 129th legislatures and was sponsored by then Representative and now Senator Donna Bailey. I'm grateful to her as well as to the University of Maine Law School's Finch Society, which has advocated for this very opportunity. Keeping and attracting talented people in Maine, especially young people, is key to our state's future, and this bill is one small part of this effort. Those living in rural communities deserve the same access to legal services and, in turn, justice and equal rights, regardless of their zip code. Making sure that all Maine people have that access helps all of us. And indeed, this is much more about Maine residents and their needs than it is about attorneys. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Representative Hepler. Looks like we have a question from Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Helper. Have we identified certain areas that are in the most need of this service?
Thank you, Representative. Excuse me?
Areas of the state, communities.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think there are others who can speak to better what counts as an underserved area. One way that the Rural Fellowship Program sorry, you're jumping all over my Hollywood Squares form here, is that underserved would be, according to, with the Rural Fellowship Program, is less than 10,000 in population, and not Cumberland and York counties. Again, sorry to pick on those counties. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and still good morning, Representative Hepler. Nice to see you. Is the $6,000 tax credit that's listed in your bill? I try to read the bills before you all come. Is this mirroring the dental benefit that you referenced before? Is that how you came up with that amount?
You know, I thank you for the question. I think it is actually, but this is a bill that came out earlier, so I think it's the same amount, but I'm not sure. I can find that out for you.
Okay, thanks. Just wondered about why that was there. Thank you so much.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now hear from Amanda Silverman. I'm sorry, Tyler Heidenayak will speak next, followed by Amanda Silverman. We had a request from Tyler to speak next because they have to leave soon. So we'll now hear from Tyler, followed by Amanda Silverman.
Can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time today, Taxation Committee members. My name is Tyler Hadeniak. I'm here today in my individual capacity to testify in favor of LD 978, much like I did back in January 2018 when this bill was first introduced in this same committee. I was one of the original Maine law students who brought this idea to legislators in the hopes of alleviating some of the dire need for lawyers in Maine's underserved areas. Why is my testimony probative? Since I first spoke to you, I have come to practice what I preached. Last year, my wife and I decided to move to my hometown of Freedom, a small Waldo County town of about 700 people. As such, earlier this year, I started working for Melo & Martin, a small, now 3-attorney law firm in Belfast. At this firm, we handle all of the general practice areas expected of a small town firm. Even before I was asked to testify on this bill by my former professor, Representative Hepler, my boss and I had frequent conversations about how Belfast's attorney pool has worryingly shrunk over the past 5 or 6 years. Underscored by this is the fact that I just learned if the 2018 numbers are the same, I'm the only practitioner in Waldo County under the age of 30. And in that time, over the past 5 or 6 years, at least 5 attorneys have either died or retired. This speaks to the graying of Maine's bar. Even in my short time at the firm, we have had to turn away many clients due to conflicts of interest, one of the under-discussed inherent problems of having a small attorney pool in any given community. Contemporaneous studies and testimony today show the current dire need for young attorneys in Maine's underserved areas, but I will not spend my time convincing you of the numbers, as I'm sure you already know the situation. As I see it, the issue here is not convincing you of the need for rural lawyers, but if this bill is the most effective way of remedying such a need. Because I think getting boots on the ground is the most effective way to address Maine's underserved need, my answer to that question is yes. I believe this bill is fundamentally fair. In exchange for a yearly $6,000 income tax credit, the qualifying attorney must both volunteer their time through pro bono work, thereby becoming better members of their community, 2, help Maine's indigent population, and then agree to do both in an underserved area for 5 years. This is fundamental fairness. However, I encourage you to address some ambiguities in the bill as it is currently written. First, consider how many pro bono and indigent legal service hours a qualifying attorney must accumulate. There is a delicate balance to strike here, An associate like myself, on a fixed salary, does not care what kind of work he does or at what rate at which his firm is paid to do that work. In other words, no matter what, I bring home a steady paycheck every week. However, my employer would care whether I do MCILS work for $60 an hour or do other work at a much higher hourly rate. My point is, as the legislation is written, I would forgive a firm partner who is nervous about loss of revenue from an associate who wants to become a qualified attorney under this program. I recommend you edit this legislation so associates know the time commitment required of them to become a qualified attorney, so they can take that information to their partners, and the partners and associates can decide for themselves if the associate wants to pursue becoming a qualified attorney. I would be happy to brainstorm what kind of time commitment may be required. Alternatively, you can implement some sort of formula that correlates the pro bono and MCILS hours with the tax break and thereby have some sort of sliding scale depending upon the qualifying attorney's time commitment. Or you could give an income tax break to the firm itself, which would help satiate the partner. Regardless, there are some issues that need to be addressed here, and I encourage you to seek probative testimony from partner practitioners to get their point of view on this bill. In the end, though, I request that you report this bill out with an ought to pass recommendation. Thank you for taking the time to consider my testimony, and I'm available for any questions from committee members.
Great, thank you, Mr. Heidenreich. Is there any questions for members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us today. We'll now hear from Amanda Silverman, followed by Jesse Falco. Welcome, Ms. Silverman.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing me today. I did just want to address the question about where we came up with the amount for the credit. The dentist bill offered a $12,000 tax credit, and the first time we introduced the bill, the working committee amended it to $6,000. So that's where that came from. Like Tyler, I also was one of the original students who worked on this legislation. I'm from Dresden. It's a very rural community. We have limited services in my town. You've asked for areas where the need is highest. In fact, Somerset County only has 20 licensed attorneys, and the ratio of attorneys to residents is 2,526 people per attorney. There are, there are 3 counties that have over 2,000 residents per attorney, and 5 counties that have over 1,000 residents per attorney. So just to give you an idea, that's 8 counties out of the 16 that have over 1,000 residents per attorney. The overworked attorney usually takes about 400 cases a year. To give you an idea of how many people can really be seen by one attorney, that's just not enough attorneys in a given year, assuming that every resident needs legal help. This year with the pandemic, we've seen a lot of increased need for attorneys in the area of evictions, as well as managing claims like unemployment. The Maine Affordable Housing Coalition has found that when tenants are represented, evictions have a 50-50 chance of being settled, whereas when tenants are not represented, it is closer to 28% of cases that are settled. And the majority of those attorneys provided to tenants was for the Pine Tree Legal Association, which offers pro bono free services to residents in Maine, and they have historically had trouble recruiting volunteer lawyers outside of Cumberland and York County due to the fact that there's not a lot of attorneys in rural Maine who have time to donate hours. So this is a bill that I think would really help offset the fears of young attorneys when it comes to going to rural Maine and facing student loan debt that can be in excess of $150,000. And we were hoping to take the lead of the medical profession and the dental profession that tries to incentivize people to go to underserved areas with some sort of financial benefit regarding student loans. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your testimony today. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us. We'll now hear from Jesse Bafoco, followed by Julia Finn from the Maine Judicial Branch. Welcome, Mr. Bafoco.
Thank you. Good morning. Just about noon, I guess. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the committee, thank you for hearing me in support of LD 978. My name is Jesse Bafoco, and I'm an estate planning and elder law attorney with the Penn Bay Estate Planning Law Center in Camden, Maine. I'd like to share a recent experience with the committee that I think is relevant to your deliberation on this bill. Approximately 6 months before the pandemic, I advertised for an associate attorney to come work at my law firm. I advertised locally and nationally, and the opportunity was open to graduates with no experience. So specifically in my ad, it said that 0 years experience. I received 3 responses, but none of the responses were from Maine residents. I offered the job to a student, and I knew it would be difficult and expensive for a small law firm like mine to train a recent graduate. Eric chose the job I offered over a large firm in a big city. He chose it over a job that offered twice the money. His family chose my job because of what Maine has to offer. They wanted the space to impart their values on their kids and a way of life that is quickly disappearing in other parts of the country. Those of us who raise our kids here in Maine are told that many of them will graduate and move away. However, there are those who would choose to live here if given the opportunity. So these people are not looking for an opportunity to change Maine, but rather they want to come here because it's different from the place they came from. Money is important. We all need it, obviously, but think about the value to our state of citizens who will take less money just for the chance to live and raise their kids here. The reality is that it is a challenge to succeed in Maine. Eric's family moved here and had to juggle the new community with 3 kids under 4 years old, pay off student debts, study for the bar exam, and try to learn about estate planning all at the same time. And then the pandemic broke out. Then he was told that because of the pandemic, he would not be allowed to take the bar exam. I think if it was any other state, that based on what I've seen in the news and from family members in other states, that probably would have been that for him. But here, we reached out to the justice on the committee and received a personal response. And thanks to the common sense of our representatives and people on the committee, Eric was allowed to sit for the bar exam and he passed. But despite his hard work, unfortunately, 3 months later, tearfully, Eric told me his family would have to leave Maine. And I'll quote what he said: "We wanted this to be our forever home, but it was just too difficult for them to knit into the community with all the COVID restrictions that were going on at the time, understandably. So my plan was to train Eric and then put him in charge of an office in an underserved county, because we get calls from other counties and they're a little bit of a remove, and there are people who need lawyers. So I made an enormous investment in Eric, both in money and time, that I could have spent taking on new clients and working myself. And Eric's family took a big chance as well. And they lost the opportunity for a stable, well-paying job just for the chance to be Mainers. So I think this is the kind of behavior you probably want to incentivize. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for all your hard work on behalf of Maine.
Great, thank you for your testimony and for that really compelling story that you've shared with us today. It's Really appreciated that you shared that with us. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you for being with us. We'll now hear from Julia Finn, followed by Rachel Reeves. Welcome, Ms. Finn.
Hello, thank you. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Julie Finn, and I testify today in favor of LD 978, and I testify on behalf of the judicial branch. I would like to thank very much Representative Hepler for sponsoring this bill, and also thank Senator Bailey, Representative Cardone, Representative Hassenfuss, and Senator Stewart for co-sponsoring. The judges and justices of the Maine judicial branch cover all areas of this large and beautiful state in 34 courthouses. They have firsthand knowledge and experience with the lack of attorney representation in rural areas and the problems that it can create. The judicial branch thus supports this and any other legislative efforts to address the unmet needs of individuals who need an attorney but cannot find one in their community, as you've heard about in prior testimony. Attorneys who represent indigent parties sometimes have to drive great distances to attend court hearings and meet with their clients. This adds cost to the system. I urge an ought to pass vote on this bill. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us. We'll now hear from Rachel Reeves, followed by Zach McNally. Is Rachel Reeves with us? Welcome, Ms. Reeves.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Rachel Reeves, and I'm the Director of Field Placement Programs at the University of Maine School of Law, which is part of the University of Maine system. I am here today on behalf of Maine's only law school to speak in support of expanding access to justice and opportunities for our students and alumni to practice in rural Maine, as proposed by LD 978. As you've heard from others today, there is a lack of practicing attorneys in rural Maine, which is a crisis that not only limits access to justice for Maine citizens, but may also limit economic activity from business expansions to real estate transfers to municipalities and nonprofits navigating increasingly complex regulatory requirements. According to the most recent data from the Maine Board of Overseers of the Bar, nearly 80% of Maine's practicing lawyers are located in just 4 counties: Cumberland, Kennebec, Penobscot, and York, with more than 50% located in Cumberland County alone. Maine law takes seriously this threat to the sustainability and growth of our rural regions. Despite being underfunded compared to our peers, we have worked hard to keep our tuition affordable to ensure our graduates have less debt and can afford to stay in Maine and practice in our rural communities. We have also worked together with the Maine Board of Overseers of the Bar, the Maine State Bar Association, the judiciary, and the private bar over the last several years to identify and address changing bar demographics. In 2017, in collaboration with the Maine Justice Foundation, the Board of Overseers, and the Bar Association, and with generous funding from the Maine Justice Foundation, Maine Law began a 3-year Rural Lawyer Project pilot program that places our students in rural firms for paid summer fellowships. The program pairs students with rural lawyers who serve as mentors and provides students with direct exposure to rural practice to inspire them to consider pursuing careers in these communities. The pilot program was a resounding success and was funded for an additional 3 years by a grant from the Betterment Fund, with additional financial assistance this year from the Maine State Bar Association. Now in its 5th year, the program continues its commitment to supporting Maine law students, lawyers in rural practices, and clients in those communities. Our students have served as fellows in Belfast, Calais, Camden, Damascotta, Dover, Foxcroft, Farmington, Fort Kent, Presque Isle, and Skowhegan. And this summer's 5 fellows will add Rumford, Ellsworth, and Boothbay Harbor to that list. Several of Maine Law's rural fellows have gone on to practice in rural Maine upon graduation, including in Aroostook and Somerset counties. But there is more work to be done. LD 978 is a necessary continuation of this important pipeline project. Our fellowship provides funding for aspiring attorneys while in law school, but the tax credit proposed by this bill is a next step in incentivizing them to choose and remain in service to our rural communities where they are so badly needed. Graduating students tell us that frequent disparity in compensation or the startup costs for new practices in rural areas are among the significant financial deterrents to rural practice. With the growing needs of rural Mainers and businesses, this bill has the potential to incentivize rural practice and revitalize communities. It has Maine Law's full support and the attention of our students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Great, thank you, Rachel, for being with us. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
We'll
you.
now hear from Zach McNally to speak in favor of the bill, followed by Dr. Allen to speak in opposition to the bill. Welcome, Mr. McNally.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the committee. My name is Zachary McNally, and I'm an attorney at Hale and Hamlin in Ellsworth, Maine, and a resident of Sedgwick, Maine. But I'm here today to testify in support of LD 978 on behalf of the Maine State Bar Association, where I am District Governor for District 10, which covers Washington and Hancock counties. And I'm also on the Board of Governors Subcommittee for Rural Practice. Just last fall, the State Bar Association adopted a rural practice initiative as a key component of our strategic plan to address the exact issue that LD 978 is attempting to address here. And that is the diminishing number of rural practicing private practice attorneys. The State Bar Association has testified in support of this bill in past sessions, and we appreciate the sponsors bringing it forth once again. Access to justice is a major issue for Mainers, and specifically for rural Mainers. The issue, like so many other professions in those areas, is that attorneys are retiring and moving on at a higher rate than young attorneys are replacing them. The issue is acute right now, and in some counties it's a crisis right now, and it's only going to get worse over the next 10 or 15 years. Several people who have testified already today have cited the Board of Bar Overseers data on age demographics in the bar. That data is included in the written testimony submitted by the president of the Maine Bar, Kelly McDonald. And just extrapolating a little bit from there, it's easy to see what the issue is. As Amanda Silverman pointed out, Aroostook County is one of those counties that has one attorney for about every 1,000 residents. That's bad, but it's going to get worse. 40% of those attorneys are over the age of 65. 8% of them are under the age of 40. So it's a problem now, and like I said, it's going to get worse. A major barrier that prevents young attorneys from opening a practice in rural Maine is simply finances. Young attorneys are entering practice today with an unprecedented amount of student loan debt. If they're opening their own practice or joining a small practice, they may start with 0 clients, which means 0 income. They're going to be heavily reliant on court appointments, which pay at a reduced rate. And before you can get those appointments, you have to do specialized training and gain experience through other means. It takes years to build a practice from the ground up and become profitable. This pilot project is a first step in what we hope will be a long battle. We don't hope it will be, but it will be a long battle on this issue. We hope that the success of this bill will lay the groundwork for further efforts down the road and to help us address the issue of Maine's rural access to justice problem. Again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. McNally? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Dr. Allen, who's here to speak in opposition to this bill, and following his testimony, we will hear from the sponsor of LD 1046, who is our very own Representative Terry. Welcome, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee, good afternoon. Michael Allen, Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and I'm here today at the request of the administration to testify against LD 978. The bill authorizes the Supreme Judicial Court to certify up to 5 eligible attorneys annually for 6 years, beginning in 2022 to claim the Access to Justice income tax credit. Eligible attorneys must agree to practice law, accept court appointments, and perform pro bono legal services in an underserved area of Maine for at least 5 years. The non-refundable credit up to $6,000 may be claimed in the first year that the certified attorney meets the conditions of eligibility for at least 6 months in each of the 4 subsequent tax years. The court must decertify an individual who ceases to meet the conditions of eligibility. The bill creates an income tax credit for 25 taxpayers at its peak. Given the limited scale of the program, it would be more efficient to appropriate funds to the Maine Supreme Judicial Court or other body to directly provide the funds to eligible attorneys. I would also reemphasize that this is a non-refundable credit of up to $6,000. The taxpayer would need to have a tax liability of $6,000 or more to fully benefit from the credit. The administration would also like to note the following technical issues. The bill does not provide objective criteria for the court to identify a qualifying underserved area. Notwithstanding the summary of the bill, the credit could be claimed as late as 2032. The proposed credit is similar to the existing primary care access credit and the dental care access credit. However, unlike the primary care access credit, the bill does not limit the credit to student loans obtained by the taxpayer or other expenses incurred for the purpose of becoming certified to practice as a licensed attorney. The bill summary indicates the credit is available to certain attorneys who practice law in an underserved area of the state. However, the definition of eligible attorney only requires that the person agree to practice law in an underserved area of the state. Fiscal impact of this bill is insignificant. Administrative costs are estimated to be nominal and can be absorbed within current budgetary allotments. Administration look forward to working with the committee on the bill. Representatives from MRS will be at the work session, and I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Question from Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Allen, for being here. I just want to know if it's possible if we word this bill around the pretty much identical to the language of the medical credit. Would that work for you guys? Would that, if we were just essentially to replace the word medical professional with attorney, would that work for you?
I think it might solve some of the issues that I raised in the testimony, but again, we're talking about at most 5 tax returns a year out of the 700,000 tax returns we receive. It is a non-refundable credit, so the taxpayer has to have at least $6,000 of tax liability to utilize that $6,000. If they're eligible for the Educational Opportunity Maine credit because they have undergraduate loans or graduate loans or both, they likely have very little tax liability. If $6,000 is viewed as the incentive to have individuals practice in these underserved areas, it may be more efficient to just provide a $6,000 stipend to these individuals rather than having them wait until they have to file a tax return and perhaps not even being eligible for the $6,000 at all, given their tax liability.
So one would assume that the medical profession faces this same issue. Do we have a history of that credit being used more than, say, for 5 or 6 individuals?
We can have that information available to you. Okay. I think a quick answer to that might be that doctors, that the pay for doctors may be more set at a higher level than, say, an attorney. And I think that's the concern, right? The salaries in these underserved areas maybe just aren't enough to offset student loans that they may have. Whereas doctors, I think the salary may have a minimum threshold that maybe is a little bit higher than an attorney.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Allen, for being with us
you.
once again today. So that concludes the testimony on this bill. So we'll now close the public hearing on LD 978, and we'll open up the public hearing on LD 1046. This is an act to create an income tax checkoff for hunger prevention, sponsored by Representative Terry. So we'll hear from Representative Terry, followed by Senator Bailey.
Senator Bailey may not be joining us. You want to send her a quick text, Senator Chipman?
Yeah, I did text her a few minutes ago, so she may, if she's not here, we can hear from Sandra Reagan and Sarah Bloom, who also signed up to speak in support. But hopefully she'll be able to join us. So.
And I believe Senator Bailey's paperwork is on our list of things to read, reading items.
All right.
So thank you, Senator Chipman and fellow members of the Taxation Committee. As you know, I'm Representative Mo Terry, and I represent District 26, the people of Gorham. I'm here today to present LD 1046, an act to create an income tax return checkoff for hunger prevention. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated so many existing needs over the course of this past year and several months. Even before the pandemic hit, though, a 2019 report by the U.S. Department of Agriculture found that 13.6% of Maine households are food insecure, a rate far higher than that of the national average of 11.7%. More than 170,000 Mainers cannot access enough healthy food on a day-to-day basis every year. 1 in 5 children regularly struggle with hunger. And I'll stop here for a second. When I first moved to Maine, almost 30 years ago, I was involved with some hunger programs. And at that point, it was 1 in 4 children that were hungry every day. The fact that it's grown to 5 breaks my heart in a big way. Here in Maine, we have numerous organizations working hard to end hunger, but with this need as acute as it is, and having only been made worse by the pandemic, we need to take action wherever possible to assist their efforts. LD 1046 provides a tax mechanism to do just that. This bill would require the inclusion of a checkoff provision on the Maine income tax forms for taxpayers who are able to and wish to contribute to support the Emergency Food Assistance Program administered by the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. It also establishes an Emergency Food Assistance Program fund to which revenue collected from this income tax checkoff is credited. The fund would fill in the grants for all kinds of food pantries and community hunger prevention programs around the state, like Good Shepherd, Mid-Coast Hunger Prevention Program, and the Wayside Food Programs, as well as so many others. The fund would enable food banks to beef up their supply for clients so that folks can choose what foods best fit their needs and the needs of their families. This option is a local and voluntary solution to an urgent program. It builds buy-in from the community. Everybody can participate in this. Housing the fund under DACF food assistance program is crucial because the program works with so many organizations around the state, food banks, churches, and grassroots efforts in communities. And those entities truly understand their specific needs. It allows these funds to be appropriately targeted, so the money will be delivered to the greatest benefit possible. LD 1046 presents an immediate way for folks to give back what they can to help neighbors facing insecurity for these difficult times, but others as well. Hunger and food insecurity carries an immense stigma. It's not something we typically like to talk about. Even if you are experiencing it for the first time, like so many Mainers this year, to me, this checkoff option is just like making dinner for a sick friend or a community member who's in need of a little extra TLC. It provides a way for more of our neighbors experiencing food insecurity to access meals without all of the added stress and fear often associated with asking for help. Ultimately, this bill is a way to address a deeply felt need in the state right now, and does so by encouraging folks to donate what extra they have to help out another. It'll go a long way towards ending food insecurity in our state, and it will help people eat. As someone who feeds people for a living, there isn't a better act of kindness or expression of love than making sure that your friends and neighbors are fed. So that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions. I can tell you that this is a program, program that myself and the folks that will follow me have been working on the kinks out on this for quite a while. I encourage you all to ask as many questions as possible.
So Representative Carmichael has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Terry. So when you moved up here and started working in the hunger program, you must have been just a child, right?
I was an
30 years
infant.
ago.
Tiny little baby.
My one concern here is that how much of this will be consumed by administration? I'd hate to see a lot of that gift. I think Maine are very giving people. I think when the need's there, the Mainers step out like very few other people do. But I'd hate to see a lot of it gobbled up with administration.
Yeah, and as with other check boxes on our tax forms, the part of what goes into it will be taken up by administrative fees. The good part about this whole thing is that the Department of Agriculture already has an emergency program, and it gets funded and it gets matched by the feds. This will add to that fund from anybody who wants to put into it, and will also get matched by the feds. So hopefully, even though that some of that money will be used for administration, it will that fund will that program will build up its reserves. That way, you know, what little we use for admin won't be affected because of that matching fund from the feds.
So a lot of I'm sorry, follow up if I might.
Yeah.
A lot of the administration is already in place, so it's not like a startup. It's
Yeah, right, exactly. The
This would
fund
just be
itself
added
would be a
resources for the,
I'm sorry, say one more time.
would just be added resources for this.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it would still, there will be an administrative cost because it establishes the fund to go into the program. Right
Yeah.
now, it's just something that's budgeted and matched. So, but you know, it's like, in my opinion, and somebody can contradict me if they'd like, but it seems like it's just like starting a bank account, and that's really all it would take for admin, because again, the program is already in place.
Okay, I just have one more follow-up if I might. This may be my inexperience here speaking again like yesterday, but in section 236 on line like 27, it shows the calendar years 2012 through 2016 and 17. I'm confused by the years going back so far.
Hold on one sec, I'm gonna pull it up, I apologize.
And we can do it for the work session. I could save it for there, but I just was,
Yeah, let's do that just to be on the safe side, but I'm pretty sure that has to do with the tax checkoff box, but somebody from MRS, I'm sure will come in and tell us a little bit more about that. But I believe that's the threshold for the checkbox requirements.
okay.
Actually, I bet Julie will be able to answer that when the time comes, but for a work session for sure.
Yep, perfect. Thank you very much.
From members of the committee.
Shaking her head.
So, Representative Terry, is it, just thinking about this, do the people that would donate through the checkoff, are they sort of highly unlikely to donate otherwise? In other words, they get a letter in the mail and maybe they see a donation box somewhere, but they wouldn't otherwise put money in the box or respond to the letter, but the check off is just an easy thing to check off when you do their taxes. So it's sort of money that would go to hunger prevention that might not otherwise go to hunger prevention through other methods.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we all get a letter in the mail at Christmas time. We all, you know, see, they're not cans anymore, not coffee cans anymore, but there are places all over the place that collect money for specific shelters or for specific food pantries. What this does is it goes into the emergency fund that can be used all over the state. So, you know, say you're from Fort Kent and you live in Kittery now, you can check off your box in Kittery, and you know, if somebody in Fort Kent needs money, it's up there. You know, it's available to them.
Yeah.
So it just really pushes it so the whole state has the opportunity. Every program in the state has the opportunity to take from this fund. It doesn't necessarily go directly to your own food bank, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I highly encourage anyone that has an extra couple of dollars to give it to people that are fighting food insecurity.
Well, I was just thinking, like, you know, there's a lot of people that don't carry cash, so they might see a donation container somewhere, but they just have cards on them, or, you know, they get something in the mail and they don't have checks anymore to send in the mail or whatever. So this is an easy thing where they're getting a refund in a lot of cases, and they can give some of it just checking off a box in the tax form. So it's something that would come out of their refund, right? That they would otherwise get. So it's sort of a voluntary donation from their own refund. Then Carmichael, you have additional questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just slacking on lowering my hand.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead. Fine. So seeing no further questions, members of the committee, thank you for introducing that bill for us. We have a couple of people sign up to speak. Senator Bailey did text me and said she's tied up in another hearing and she'll rely on a written testimony that she submitted, so folks can take a look at that. So we'll now hear from Sandra Reagan in favor, followed by Sarah Bloom. Welcome, Ms. Reagan. Is Sandra Reagan with us?
Yes, and she's
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
Yeah, we just heard you just the last few words there, but we didn't hear anything.
Okay, I don't know why my picture's not coming up, not that that matters, but let me just tell you that
you might just have to click on start video if you can do that.
There you are.
Great, we see you.
Okay, good.
All right.
Good. Sarah Bloom and I have been working together on this project along with Mo Terry for 3 years. The World Food Program reminds us that hunger is a problem that's plagued humanity for millennia, continues to haunt us. Just because it persists now doesn't mean that we could not be the generation that ends hunger. And this is a really important point. 1 in 8 people in the developing world go to bed hungry each night. In Maine, the number is 1 in 5. Based on statistics gathered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Maine now ranks 7th worst in the nation for food insecurity, falling from its previous position as 9th worst. When it comes to what is called real hunger or extremely low food security, Maine is 3rd worst in the nation. This proposed legislation intends to add the line on the Maine income tax form to give income tax payers the option to donate $6 of their income tax refund to fund programs that are working to end hunger in Maine. Of course, if they want to give extra, great too. But revenue would be generated from these donations of 700,000 income taxpayers. The bill has the maximum potential income estimated at $4,200,000 annually, equaling approximately 16,800,000 meals per year due to estimated cost, including subsidies from suppliers. Income would go to the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to distribute to organizations such as Mainers Feeding Mainers and other programs that are working to end hunger. The final development of the bill, an act to provide funding to end hunger, presented by Mo Terry, should be passed and has the potential to become a model bill for all U.S. states.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your testimony. And is there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Reagan? See no questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being with us. We'll now hear from Sarah Bloom, who would like to speak in favor. And following Sarah, we will conclude the testimony on this bill, and we'll hear from the sponsor of LD 1062, which is Kristen Cloutier, Representative Cloutier. Welcome, Ms. Bloom. I think you're muted. If you can take off the mute.
Crazy.
There we go. Excellent.
The executive director of Seeds of Hope here in Biddeford, a woman who devotes her life to working in the trenches for sure. The Reverend Shirley Bowen tells us it all begins with a meal. Hello, my name is Sarah Lambert Bloom, and I live in the mill at Saco Falls in Biddeford. I thank you for this opportunity to speak and support of LD 1046. And I will limit my remarks today to selected highlights from my written testimony to save time, and I'm happy to answer questions. During the past 20 years living full-time here in Maine, I worked on a mission to publish my late husband Robert Bloom's legacy, including his oboe pedagogy and 42 volumes of his 18th century editions of masterworks for oboe. I supported myself while working on legacy projects by working first as a senior credit analyst for MBNA in Rockland and Belfast, and then as a senior mortgage loan officer in South Portland. This intimate look at people's finances gave me the benefit of knowing firsthand of the financial challenges Mainers face in locations from down east to mid-coast to southern Maine and inland. And all the while I was struck by the amount of chronic hunger that I witnessed, even as in pre-COVID figures, unemployment figures were very low. I came to learn that I had to take into consideration other factors, such as low wages, the high cost of housing, whether renting or owning, the high cost of heating mostly old, poorly insulated housing stock, the high cost of health insurance and medication, the high cost of caring for elderly relatives, the high cost of childcare and the lack of paid family leave for so many who are employed, which I inadvertently left out of my written testimony as submitted last week, but is an important figure to keep in mind. And the high cost of transportation to job sites, the high cost of higher education, and more. So a return to fuller employment, as welcome as that is to everyone in every job sector, isn't the complete answer to ending chronic hunger in Maine. My career as a professional oboist and my marriage to Robert, who enjoyed a long career as an internationally renowned oboist and master teacher, took me to so many places, but I always remained grounded in my upbringing in a tiny coal town in Appalachia. By most standards, we had very little, but because we always had food, thanks to my parents' hard work and their victory garden and their chicken coop, we were able to study and reach our goals, which for me was to attend the Oberlin Conservatory in 1962 and then on to Yale, and the rest is history. As Representative Terry states, it all starts with adequate nutrition. So lessons learned around the dinner table during my childhood are what brought me here today. My mother's cousin, Betty Hayes, who was born in 1908, was one of the first women doctors in Pennsylvania. She promised her father on his deathbed that she would take over his practice, which involved caring for 4,000 coal miners and their families who faced horrendous living conditions in 21 coal towns. She served as the company doctor. She took a bankrupt coal company to the Supreme Court to rid the drinking water of several of our neighboring towns of typhoid, which about the time I was born. Woody Guthrie wrote a song, but unfortunately never recorded it, titled The Dying Doctor, about her promise to her father. I'll skip the description of my father's heroic efforts, negotiating with the coal company and with writing a federal grant request to correct unacceptable living conditions in our tiny coal town of Island, population 500, just before his passing in 1981. Following in these footsteps, I began my serious inquiry into Maine's widespread and chronic hunger in 2006 by volunteering at the Preble Street Soup Kitchen in Portland. Who are these people and why are they chronically hungry? I volunteered at the Good Shepherd Food Bank in Auburn. Where is this food coming from and where is it going? And is there enough to reach every corner of Maine? And if not, what else is needed? In 2011, when I moved to Biddeford, having completed the Bloom Legacy work, I began learning more about all the wonderful ongoing efforts to combat hunger and continued asking what the gap was, how much more money was needed to be raised to end hunger in Maine. No one I asked really knew the answer or even an estimate. So I began working with professionals and came up with a figure. In my written testimony, I go on to describe several efforts in 2018 that did not move the needle on our effort to end hunger in Maine within a year. So with the words of Maine's distinguished Reverend Dr. Marvin Ellison echoing in my ears, if I am hungry, that's a personal problem. But if you are hungry, then that's a social problem that we must address as a community. And so I pressed on. In September 2018, I teamed up with my friend and colleague, Sandra Reagan, whose favorite word to me, spoken so cheerfully, onward and upward, Sarah. And after putting our heads together, we met with Representative Maureen Terry to strategize this bill. And here we are today with the real possibility of ending hunger in Maine within a year or two if the bill is passed, which I urge you to do and signed into law this year, so that, quoting Reverend Paula Norbert, our neighbors no longer need to suffer in silence. This quiet hunger, as she calls it, suffered in the shadows. We emphasize the social value of creating an easily accessed tool for individuals to own this movement to end hunger within a year or two, while long-term solutions are found by 2030, as passed by Governor Mills. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being with us today. Is there any questions from members of the committee?
I'd just like to say thank you very much for your testimony. That was excellent.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like we have any questions, so thank you for being with us today and offering your testimony. Much appreciated. So that concludes all the testimony that we have for folks who've signed up to speak on this bill. So we'll close the public hearing on LD 1046. We'll now move into public hearing on our final bill scheduled for today, which is LD 1062. This is an act to phase out the insurance premium tax on annuities, sponsored by Representative Cloutier, who I see is with us. And following her testimony, introducing the bill, we'll hear from Adam Cody to speak in support. Welcome, Representative Cloutier, former member of our great committee here.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. And I want to start by wishing a very hearty happy birthday to your amazing co-chair, Representative Terry. And also just say I'm sorry that I can't offer tribute in person to you all today, but I promise I will do so when I see you next in person, which hopefully is sooner rather than later. So Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Taxation Committee, my name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here to present testimony in support of LD 1062, an act to phase out the insurance premium tax on annuities. As some of you may remember, this bill came before the Taxation Committee as LD 625 in the 129th legislature, sponsored by Representative Stephen Stanley. It passed in both chambers, was placed on the appropriations table, and like so many other bills, died upon our adjournment due to the pandemic. I was contacted in late summer of last year by Dan Bernier, Esquire of Waterville, asking if I would resubmit it, and I agreed to do so, including the amendments that this committee voted to approve last session. Maine is one of only 7 states that apply a premium tax to annuities. That means that if someone invests $10,000 in an annuity, they automatically lose $200 of their investment to taxes. No other New England state and no other Northeastern state applies such a penalty. Annuities are common retirement investments of the middle class. If we want to encourage and assist these folks in saving for retirement, we should not be requiring a portion of that retirement savings be put towards this type of tax. Currently, Maine's system results in a double and what some may consider a triple taxation on annuities. Individuals pay income taxes on the money they earn, pay premium taxes when they invest in an annuity, and then pay income taxes again on the gains they have made when they withdraw the money from the annuity. This bill would phase out the premium tax on annuities, but leave in place the income tax on the gains. I'm happy to take any questions, although I am certain that there are others who will give testimony after me who are better equipped to answer them. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for being with us to introduce the bill. Are there any questions to members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Adam Cody to speak in support, followed by Daniel Bernier. Is Adam Cody with us?
I'm going to promote him.
Okay.
Is
that working?
Oh, excellent. Welcome, Adam. I was wondering if you were the same Adam Cody that I was familiar with. So it's good to see you. Welcome.
Nice to see you, Senator.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's sort of weird transitioning from watching you all to then go in. I didn't know that I could be heard, but thank you for having me here today. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is Adam Cody. I'm an attorney at Drummond Woodsum, head of our energy practice group. I'm filling in for my distinguished colleague, Vivian McHale, who usually does work on behalf of State Farm, and asked that I step in today to testify in support of LD 1062. I want to thank Representative Cloutier for sponsoring this bill. As I mentioned, I usually don't do work for State Farm or before the Taxation Committee, so I sat in a couple calls with State Farm over the last couple days, and we actually talked about this bill quite a bit. Representative Cloutier had mentioned that it had passed at least once before. I thought that I heard 2 or 3 times. This is the type of bill I think that folks on the committee have been very much in support of eliminating this tax for numerous reasons, but it gets up to the AFA and suffers from there. But I understand also this is the first time State Farm has been before this committee. So very quickly, State Farm's the largest provider of property and casualty insurance in the United States, covering more than 28 million home policies, 44 million auto policies. And as of 2019, State Farm's the #1 home insurance provider in the state of Maine, and second for auto insurance. And the reason they're interested in this bill is one of the things that they offer are annuities. They have 70 State Farm agents in the state of Maine, and they currently have more than 430 annuities that they offer for folks. But it makes it harder to do these products in Maine because we're, Representative Cloutier said 7 states. We're actually now down to 6. West Virginia just got rid of theirs last year, effective this year. So we're now down to 6 states that tax this. So obviously it makes it harder and less attractive for people to buy these annuities in Maine. And as you know, we have the oldest population in the state. So State Farm's in favor of eliminating this. We would ask for your support and thanks for your consideration.
Questions for members of the committee from Mr. Cody? Representative Terry, you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, I couldn't reach my raise hand button fast enough. Thank you, Mr. Cody, for presenting. And I don't want to put you on the spot, understanding that that you're not the usual State Farm guy, but I just was wondering if the package or the annuities that are sold, it looks like you guys have about 430 of them. do you know if there are inquiries for annuities regularly through State Farm? Or is it something that, you know, like someone who's a homeowner or a person that uses their car insurance gets presented to them? Or do you know if you know how those packages are sold, I guess I should say?
That's a great question, Representative Terry, and I'm going to ask State Farm specifically so they can give me an answer. My understanding is State Farm is a little bit unique from a lot of folks that you go to for insurance. They'll offer a number of different companies that they work with. State Farm agents are exclusive to State Farm. That's what they do, and there are about 70 of them in the state. And having been to a few of the seminars that my law firm hosts, essentially, I think they sort of bill themselves to clients as a one-stop shop. You know, let's go through your home insurance, let's go through your car insurance, and here are the other things we offer. And then they'll, you know, mention annuities as one of those. I'm almost positive that's the answer I'm going to get from State Farm, but for your work session, you will have an actual statement from them on that process and how it works. And I'll ask them specifically how many inquiries they're getting. And probably you're wondering how many times people decide not to do it, instead buy one from somebody in New Hampshire, which it seems like that's probably happening.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Cody. Good to see you. We will now hear from Daniel Bernier, followed by Elizabeth Frazier. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Bernier. I represent the Maine chapter of the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. I did upload some charts for you that I'll be referencing, but should be in the electronic materials you got. We have been referencing 7 states, but it is down to 6 states. I heard yesterday that West Virginia has repealed the application of the premium tax to annuities. Maine has a 2% premium tax on insurance premiums. Most states have that, but most states only apply it to auto, life, health, things like that. They do not apply it to annuities because annuities are really a retirement investment. And when someone puts $10,000 into an annuity retirement investment, you don't want them to lose $200 of their investment right off the top to a tax. I gave you a little chart there that shows too. So, you know, you're not exempting the gain on these from tax. The way most states do it is if you put $10,000 in an annuity and that grows to $15,000, you pay an income tax on your $5,000 gain. In Maine, we double tax it. We hit it with the premium tax, plus we hit it with an income tax on the amount of money you actually gain from it. This bill has passed the taxation committee, or the prior bill, one had a 4-year phase out, one had a 10-year phase out, but getting rid of the premium tax on annuities has passed the taxation committee twice unanimously, in the 129th legislature and in the 128th legislature. Last year, in the last legislature, in the Appropriations Committee, they carried it over to the second session, and we actually had commitments from members in both parties that they were going to fight to have it funded. And then this COVID thing hit, and I think you all know kind of what happened to any chance it had of getting funded once COVID hit. I also give you some data and the things that I uploaded. Annuities are very much an investment of the middle class. They're kind of a safer investment, often a fixed investment. And the study I have, it's the only study I have, is a 2003 study. I realize that's getting a little bit old, but there's no reason to believe that data's changed. You know, most of the people buying annuities make less than $75,000 a year. And I think the average annuity investment back then was $33,000. You know, it's not an investment of the wealthy high flyers. The trend has been to repeal this tax. No state has passed a tax of premium on annuities since 1991, and that was Pennsylvania that repealed it in 1996. And the other one thing I want to touch on, I know you guys have had a long day, is this is also an impediment to insurance businesses locating in Maine due to something. Can you not hear me? I'm seeing, you can hear me, okay, yeah. to insurance businesses locating in Maine due to something called a retaliatory tax, which is unique to annuities. Maine's actually a pretty good place to locate an insurance operation. We know we have Unum here. We have insurance companies located in Westbrook, in Presque Isle. One of the largest insurance agencies in the country is located in Bangor. But when you have a premium tax, if we apply a premium tax to out-of-state insurers coming into Maine, whatever tax we apply, our insurers would have to pay if they sold into the other state. So if a company that sold annuities chose to base in Maine and they were selling into Massachusetts, our companies would have to pay the 2% premium tax to Massachusetts. In fact, Pacific Life 6 or 7 years ago relocated from California to Nebraska over this very retaliatory tax issue on annuities. So it's also a deterrent to getting insurance businesses to locate here. And as I point out, we hear a lot about Maine being a bad place to do business. It's actually a pretty good place to locate an insurance operation. And I could go on and on with some small companies that are located here. Some very large. We have a very large insurance agency based out of Holton here in the state of Maine. It's I know you have a long day. There's several other speakers. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bernier. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony today. We'll now hear from Elizabeth Frazier, followed by Michael Allen. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, happy birthday. Sorry, this is what you're doing on your birthday. And other honorable distinguished members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I'm before you today on behalf of the American Council of Life Insurers, ACLI. In case you're wondering why a life insurance company is concerned with this issue, because I often get that question, I wanted to just explain that, in fact, ACLI member companies represent really a number of insurance products and sell a number of insurance products, including annuities, other retirement plans, disability income, and other supplemental benefits. We actually, ACLI represents about 93% of all the life and annuity payments paid to Mainers. So pretty big chunk of the market. So that is our interest there. Now, I know you've heard from Dan this morning. You've heard from, I think Representative Kluter did a great job sort of providing the background on this bill. I think you can see did submit written testimony. It says ACLI on it. So I'll leave that to you to read. It's got very good statistics about what other states have done. So if you need a handy reference, I think that's a good place to look. I would just underline Dan's points that historically this committee and the legislature has seen the wisdom of repealing this tax. I think in large part because it's counterintuitive to other stated or intended goals of the legislature to really encourage folks to invest in retirement products. And I think Dan did a nice job pointing out that these are uniquely suited to individuals who do not have a big appetite for risk. And for that reason, it tends to be a good option for middle or low income earners, which is really the target audience for trying to get folks to start retiring. So with that in mind, I would just ask that this committee follow suit with other committees in the past and support this. I would also say that we're happy to work with this committee. If you think there's a way to grease the skids to get this through appropriations or some mechanism, I know we've had back and forth on that in the past, and we're happy to help with that at the work session or anytime. So with that, I thank you and open it up for questions.
I'm sorry, we have a question for Representative Terry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks for the birthday greetings. I appreciate it. So I am going to ask you this, a similar question to what I asked of Mr. Cody for your clients. Essentially, do they sell annuities at the moment? Some of them, yes. Okay. Yeah. So if so, how many have they gotten, or do they sell, and at what mechanism? Do they sell it like as a whole part of a financial package, or do they sell it on its own? I'm curious as to what the measures are for that. Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely happy to get that information for the work session. Thank you for the question.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Dr. Allen.
Thank you. weekend.
Also here to speak in support of the bill, and then following him, we'll hear from David Spellman, who's also here to testify in support. Welcome back, Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry. Good afternoon again, members of the committee. I'm going to skip through my testimony because it has been a long afternoon and everybody that's preceded me has pretty much said what's in my testimony. I guess I would just note that the administration is supportive of this bill, and we handle the governor's office constituent emails on tax policy issues. And I can tell you over the years, the governor's office has received many letters and emails about this particular issue. And there was a similar bill last session. I can tell you that bill had a revenue loss relatively small up front because it's phasing down from 2% to 0%. But we did estimate at that time, when fully phased in, it would have a revenue loss of approximately 5.6 million. So that was what we estimated a year ago, or at least during the 129th legislature. And we'll try to update that for the work session for you.
Well, yeah, that was what I was going to ask about, how much revenue we lose. So 5.6 million roughly, it sounds like. Representative Terry has a question.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Allen, so let's assume that if we do take this out, we have just the direct loss of about 5 million. Going forward, if you could, and this might be a really hard question to answer, but going forward, assuming we drop the tax on it, more people will buy this product. They get charged tax on the interest from that. Will that in some way raise our revenues to a degree where it's beneficial for the state? So that's going to be a really tough one, I think, to put together, not knowing
Yes.
so many unknowns, but
It would be a timing issue too, right? When the taxpayer begins to receive benefits from the annuity, it would be taxed under the income tax. But to the extent now their return would be higher, they would have more taxable income to report on their income tax return. But that could be years away when they do retire and start receiving benefits. But you're right. I think there would be some offset.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Allen, I mean, if people are buying these in New Hampshire, like we heard from one of the previous speakers, aren't they still paying tax to Maine on that if they live in Maine, like on the interest when they earn interest, or on the payout when they start getting the payout? I mean, they're still paying taxes to the state when they buy them somewhere else, right?
If they are a Maine resident, then they're taxable on all their taxable income in Maine.
So we're not losing that revenue. It's just when they buy them, when they initially buy them, we're not getting that revenue as if they bought them in Maine today, because there's a tax on it in Maine today. But isn't there some way we could get them to pay tax on that? I mean, if someone goes and buys a vehicle in New Hampshire or other items, they're supposed to pay sales tax to Maine, aren't they, or claim that and pay to the state? Maybe they don't claim it, but they're supposed to be, right?
We can try to have an answer for you when we're at the work session.
Yeah,
so you're asking about the insurance premiums tax?
Well,
Is they're waiting?
Like if someone goes and purchases an automobile in New Hampshire and they're a Maine resident, they do pay sales tax to Maine when they register the vehicle, right? For the buying of that vehicle, regardless of the fact they bought it in a state that doesn't have a sales tax. So,
correct. It's the registration though that creates the compliance.
Okay. But in that regard, couldn't we put something in place that would require them to pay to Maine even if they buy it in New Hampshire? So regardless of where they buy the annuity, they'd still pay the tax to the state?
I'll bring that question back and we'll hopefully be prepared to answer it. I don't know if there's other prohibitions that somebody else may be able to speak to about why we can't tax that. It may just be a compliance issue, but
I mean, and to Representative Terry's point about, if we were to pass this, maybe more people would buy annuities and we'd get more money in the long run, which I guess is a possibility, but that's assuming that there's people living in Maine right now that are just not buying annuities because of this. And I'm not sure that's the case. I think they may be buying them in other states, but they're still buying them So if we pass this, I'm not sure we're going to see a surge in purchasing of annuities that we don't have going on today. But I'd just be interested to see what your thoughts are in the work session on that, because there is some payoff in the long run, great. But if we're going to lose $5.6 million a year, I'm not sure it's something that we want to pass, because we actually need more revenue going forward, in my opinion, not less, even though we seem to be doing okay for the time being. But we have a question for Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify with Dr. Allen, that 5.6 million is not upon enactment. That's at the end of the 5-year phase-in. Is that correct?
I believe it's a 10-year phase in.
10-year, yeah. When that's completely phased in, it's
Correct.
5.6 million. So we don't
Correct.
want to throw $5.6 million around like that's what we're going to lose. We're only going to lose a very small portion of that the first couple of years. Is that correct?
It's a much relatively smaller revenue loss up front, but
Yes.
we always like to let the legislature know that at the end of the day, when fully phased in, that's our current estimate. Yes.
In 10 years. Thank you.
Yep.
Right, we'd be ramping up to a $5.6 million a year loss, basically. Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Dr. Allen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we have one more speaker who's here to speak in support of this bill, Dave Spellman. Welcome, Mr. Spellman.
Yes, thank you, Senator Chipman and Representative Perry and honorable members of the Taxation Committee. I appreciate the opportunity in participating today. My name is Dave Spellman. I represent NAIFA, the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. We are the largest membership organization of insurance and financial advisors, not only here in Maine, but also across the 50 states. I also recall testifying on this subject. I'll just say it was decades ago. I won't date myself, but I believe it was at least Angus King who was governor at the time in his first term. So this has been an issue that's been lingering around for a long time. And I have 30 years of experience, and annuities are a major part of my business practice. I work very frequently with clients of very average middle-class standing financially. They are by no means wealthy, but they still need help. And I'm working with their accounting people, tax people, legal, elder care, and other professionals to help them figure out very important financial planning so that they don't run out of money while they're still alive. And the purchase of annuities isn't for everybody, but in the right situation, either an accumulation annuity or what's known as a single premium immediate annuity that creates guaranteed income, sometimes for life, is very, very important to any basic financial plan, and commonly here in Maine. Problem is that premium tax gets in the way, and I can answer the question that was posed to Dr. Perry, by the way. I know for a fact, having tried to say, gee, I'm actually in New Hampshire seeing my client who lives in Maine, and the answer back from the compliance department from any major insurance company that writes annuities, if they're responsible, they'll go by the address of record. And if the person is stating that they are their address of record and they are residents of Maine, then that premium tax definitely applies. So as you may know, a lot of annuities are written without the tax. That would be for any qualified money or IRA money, 401k money. So that's not the issue here. What we're talking about is non-qualified or non-IRA money. And that levy is a particular problem for what should be a pretty robust market for what's known as single premium immediate annuities, or what's known as a SPIA. And a SPIA is issued with a single deposit, a lump sum premium, and it's designed to generate a stream of income over a period of time, either 10 years or 20 years or someone's lifetime. And think of it working an awful lot like a pension option. If you have worked within a union or a large employer, when you go to retire, you get that form and mom and dad have to check off the boxes. Gee, do we want joint survivor income and lifetime income or period over a fixed period of time. In our practice, we counsel a lot of people trying to figure out just how to deal with that. That's all qualified money. So the premium tax does not apply. So they still offer them. What's sad, however, is that since the premium tax is 2%, if we harken back to the days of maybe 10 or 15 years ago, when interest rates were higher than they are right now, as you know, they're at historic lows, when interest rates were say 5% or more, and they're collecting that premium tax over a period of, they're earning that interest over a period of years, a 2% premium tax is easily amortized over that time period. However, when interest rates and the instruments that insurance companies have to invest in by statute to make these guarantees, they have to invest in very, very secure guaranteed investments known as treasuries, treasury bills from the United States government. Interest rates on those, if you've looked lately, they had a party when the 10-year treasury note hit 1.6%. Most of that money is in shorter durations. The interest rates are even lower. I think I saw the 2-year treasury at 0.16. I don't want to bore you, but when you have a 2% premium tax and the insurance company is only collecting 0.16, they stop issuing them. So I'll posit to you, and maybe it's something that can be investigated by Dr. Allen. If we are able to have that marketplace back open, more people would be purchasing immediate annuities, and then the income stream, some of that income would actually be taxable and generate revenue to the state of Maine. So I'll suggest it's worth investigating it, and it's well worth repealing the tax.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Spellman. Question from Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Spellman, thank you very much for coming in and giving us a lesson. I'm curious as to why someone would buy this program with the tax as is. If you have been trying to eliminate this since the King administration, it tells me that there are still people that are willing to buy this, even though there is a tax on it. So I'm not saying that, you know, lightening that load won't promote more income, but why do it? Why bother?
I understand perfectly. The problem is, because of the premium tax, a lot of companies have withdrawn from the market with that particular product. They just won't issue it. Or the client will look at it and just go, well, they're just going to basically give me back my money. I might, you know, the carriers understand, I don't think by statute can offer an annuity where the client only gets return of their principal, or, well, you can do this in Europe because they have negative interest rates, I guess, where the person ends up getting less back in a cash flow stream over time than what they put in. It just, first off, from common sense, no rational person would do that. And then I think the insurance companies sit back and just go, no way in the world would this be compliant with the Maine Bureau of Insurance. They would roast us alive if we sold one of these things. So they just go, we're not issuing them. So right now I can tell you those immediate annuity contracts in particular are not being issued. It also makes us uncompetitive for deposit annuities where people are going to leave them on deposit for a period of time. Because you have a premium tax of 2%, it's hard for the insurance companies to justify even offering them here in Maine. It means we have fewer products available to clients and typically at less attractive interest rates simply because the person is a resident of Maine. And it's unfortunate. I believe we would have a more robust market and more taxes collected over time that would offset the fiscal note.
So, Mr. Spellman, you're saying that if someone lives in Maine, they buy a policy in New Hampshire, then New Hampshire's, that insurance company is going to use the address on record for the person. If it's a Maine address, they're going to be taxing that anyway. So they're really not escaping the tax when they buy a policy in New Hampshire. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct, sir. I tried it. Didn't go anywhere. Because we have to do a real ID. We have to do a real ID check to, for all sorts of purposes, anti-money laundering and so forth. And part of that is, yeah, they have to justify to every state tax department and every state insurance department where that person lives, and that's the basis for all the regulation and taxation.
So people aren't really escaping the tax. It sounds like they're paying it regardless of where they buy the policy. Okay, that's helpful. And then what is the tax on annuities currently now if someone bought an annuity from an insurance company in Maine or
most people don't see that. It's 2%. I can tell you with some of the so-called no load type of contracts that you can buy over the internet, you actually have to write 2 checks. So if you're going to put $10,000 into an annuity, you write 1 check for $10,000 and then you send another check, typically payable to the entity that they then use to pay the premium tax. And you write right on it in the field, they ask you to state of Maine premium tax. I bet they're not, setting any major records with the offerings of that particular type of deal.
Right, but the 2%, I mean, if taxed at 2%, that's bringing in $5.6 million a year, then that's like tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of annuities that we purchase currently with the tax in place. So it's hard to imagine that there'd be such a substantially amount of increase in purchasing that we'd actually get more income in the future, more revenue in the future by eliminating this. It's just hard to imagine that. I mean, I don't know, maybe there'd be a surge in purchasing above what's going on right now, but 5.6 million coming in on a 2% tax. I just think it's something we need to think about for the work session of, what's being purchased now with the tax in place and what do we think would be purchased without the tax in place, and would there be any kind of net gain to the state in terms of revenue in the future should we eliminate this? Is something that we really need to think about. Representative Carmichael, you have a question?
Yeah, and I'm not sure who to direct it to, but is there any way to get any kind of projection on that? I can, in a business model, anybody that's going to do an investment, if you can, instead of paying the 2% and not making any money with your money, if you can now make money, I mean, money don't pay much. So if you can make 1.6 or whatever with it, instead of paying the 2% to the state, seems like that would be very attractive to a lot of investors. Is that going down the wrong road, or is that, I mean, is there any way to project what that might turn into? Because we're phasing this out over 10 years. So we'd hopefully be phasing in people who want to invest over 10 years as well.
I think Dr. Allen might be bringing that to the work session, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I missed part of his testimony. I'm sorry. I had to step away for a second.
I guess one thing we could do is maybe look at like another state that doesn't have this, or a couple of other states that don't have this, and look at like the per capita amount that's spent on annuities in that state versus the per capita like number the population. So we're looking at the similar amount of ratio in population in Maine, what's spent in Maine on annuities, and see what the difference is in a state that doesn't have this, and just see if there's a substantial amount more of purchasing of annuities in those other states compared to here. I don't know if someone could do that or get that information for us, and maybe one of us could get that, but we just need to know what the amount of annuities are that are purchased in a state like New Hampshire or another state that doesn't have this tax, and divide that by the population of that state, and then do the same thing for Maine and see if there's a big difference or not. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Spellman, am I understanding your testimony correctly that despite some of the tax disadvantages that this vehicle being used by middle and lower income folks is because in some ways of the simplicity of the vehicle? It's not the same as perhaps investing in the stock market. It's more understandable.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very good point, is that we do have people who will come in who say, gee, I really can't afford to lose what I have, or I want to have a strategy where I know I have all my bills paid. I don't have to worry about that. So maybe there is another bucket of money that we can invest productively that we can see growing for, say, 5 or 10 years with a completely different investment objective that we would determine separately. if they know that they've got a guaranteed cash flow, then that annuity can be a very productive use. Unfortunately, we can't write them here in Maine. And I would offer to your question, Senator Chipman, if it would be helpful, I can see if I can get some actual live data from a couple of major insurers. Principal is one of the major companies that I've seen do business, and there's Prudential, and you can go on down the list. I'm sure they would be happy to provide us with, or the Bureau probably has them, for here's what we do in a state like Maine, and here's another state that's very comparable in terms of population and economy, et cetera, the profile, the age of the population. Here's what it looks like in that state in terms of the volume of annuities that they generate.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And I don't know, I mean, it might be, if you can get the data of like all of the total amount of annuities sold in a state similar to Maine, you know, compared to Maine, not just going by a company, because the company might be, you know, have more offices or be doing more business somewhere else versus here or something like that. But like the total amount of all the insurance company annuities sold in a similar state to Maine versus what all the annuities are that sold in Maine. Just be curious to see what the difference is, if there's a significant difference or not. Because if there is, and we think it's because of the tax, then we may want to, you know, seriously look at repealing this so we can have more people buy these, and maybe there's a net gain to the state long term. But just be good information to have if you could get something like that for us for our work session, which I think is scheduled for next week, if I'm not mistaken. But if you can, that would be great. We have another question from a committee member, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, we heard from Dr. Allen that when this is fully implemented in 10 years, it's going to be a $5.6 million fiscal impact. That tells me that we're expecting either in 10 years to have $280 million a year put into annuities in the state of Maine, or they're suggesting that we already have $280 million put into annuities in the state of Maine. Does that sound accurate to you, that we have $280 million being put into annuities in the state of Maine right now?
Is that for me or?
Yeah, I think it's a question for you, Mr. Spellman.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There are probably billions of dollars of annuities in the state of Maine. I mean, whether they're qualified or non-qualified, IRA or non-IRA, I'm not exactly sure, but it's an immense amount of money that is in annuities. As Mr. Bernier suggested, a lot of it's from people of very modest means that are not at all wealthy. So if you look at that, the money's already there. If we can increase that volume, proportionate to what you would see in other states. As an example, I know for a fact, if I ask for an annuity payout quote from any carrier that's less than a 10-year payout, no company will offer it because of the premium tax. And many companies won't offer the fixed period payouts either because the premium tax makes it unviable for them. Again, the consumer will look at it saying, I'm going to get less money back than I'm paying into it because of that tax. So, I'm sure that the folks out in Iowa, in Des Moines, tell me that Iowa and other Midwestern states look an awful lot like Maine. I'm sure I can get that the data. I'm not sure if I can get it in time for your work session, but I'll certainly make that attempt. I know most of the financial markets are the bond market is closed today, so a lot of insurance companies are closed. So I'll see if I can get with a contact there on that. But yeah, I do think you would see your point, Representative Bickford previously is very apt, where the tax is phased out. If you end up at the same time see volumes start to pick up on annuity sales that would generate more taxable income, that could really help offset the phase out.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask if Dr. Allen is still in the room, if he can bring the work session, the budget line item or the line item that shows that $5.6 million that we take in currently from the annuity tax, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
That looked like he just came on and nodded, so it looks like he'll try to get that for us. So we don't have any further questions, Mr. Spellman. So thank you for your testimony. And I don't know if this is scheduled for Tuesday or Thursday. I don't have my schedule in front of me, but if it is Tuesday and you can't get us the information by Tuesday, we could maybe hold off. I think it would be helpful to know if there's going to be a long-term payoff for the state in terms of revenue. We certainly would want to consider that. And I know that you may take you a couple of days to get us some information, but I think looking at some other states' data would be really helpful for us. So, stay in touch with us if you can, or let our clerk know, Avery, if you could, let her know, Monday afternoon or something, if you've been able to get anything for us or not, that would be great. We have Julie has her hand up. Julie?
I was just going to say work session on this bill is scheduled for next Thursday morning.
So we have so you think you might be able to get us something by Thursday, Mr. Spellman?
Yeah, if I can get through to somebody today, that increases the odds, but I hope to, yes.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'd really appreciate that. So there's nobody else signed up to speak on this bill, so we'll close the public hearing on LD 1062. That's our final bill of the day. That concludes our public hearings today. Do you have anything for us, Julie? Any announcements or anything we should know about? No. So we are scheduled next to meet on Tuesday morning for work session on 4 or 5 bills, I believe. So we'll see everybody on Tuesday.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Just a question. Do we even have a schedule for next week yet?
Yeah.
Went out this morning.
Went out this morning. Can we be a little bit more timely on those to find out Friday next week's schedule is a little bit late? I'd like to know by Tuesday or Wednesday, the following week's schedule. That would be very helpful.
We'll work on that for you. I think a session kind of twisted us up a little bit this week.
I understand that, but a monthly schedule would be great.
Yeah, Julie sends one out.
Yeah, Julie sent us
There is a monthly calendar that gets updated once a week whenever we do scheduling, when I do scheduling with the chairs, and they choose what's going to be available. There is a monthly calendar that goes out, similar to the double-sided one that you got back when you used to get paper. It gets emailed to you every time it gets updated, which is at least once, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. And it is available on the Taxation Committee Materials web page as well. So
How to access that. So I'll look forward for your emails, Julie.
Okay.
From Julie a couple days ago with an update to this calendar, and it takes us well into April, so everybody should have that. But if you don't have it, let Julie know, and she can send it to you again. But so yeah, is there any other announcements from committee members?
I'd just like to, so Representative Bickford, our calendar is at least 2 weeks out pretty much all the time. So every time you do get something from Julie, it should be about 2 weeks out. Again,
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And just a reminder, once again, and I'll probably say this every single time, please, please, please read the testimony that we received on our website page. If you do need help accessing that, Avery can probably help you, walk you through that on the phone while you're on your computer. Julie has also done an awesome job doing that too. So maybe if, she's a little busy, we'll try to go through Avery. But if you need Julie or even myself, I'm happy to walk you through it. So that being said, that's it for me.
All right. Well, hope you have a great rest of the day celebrating your birthday, Representative Terry.